Priam confirmed that no one was on the roof before closing his eyes and focusing on his mist. He didn't want to be noticed. To do so, he had to create the most transparent, least dense mist possible. Wisps of fog slowly swirled around Priam as he focused on his skill. His title and merits helped him, and soon a scarf of mist appeared around his neck. The scarf stretched under his impulse, slowly swirling around his body, passing under his arms, to caress his hands. The fog responded to his desires. LVL up, Moon Mist, LVL 10. Perk +4. Char +2. Meta, AFFI, +3. Priam took a moment to realize a fundamental truth. Kinetic control and Moon Mist were unrelated to the same concepts. Kinetic control was obviously related to the concept of energy. Moon Mist was more complicated to associate with one of the 7 concepts. Chaos? Matter, perhaps? In any case, the concepts did not respond similarly, nor did their skills. Kinetic control had to be controlled, calculated, and measured. Priam relied on precise scientific data to use his skill. The more accurate he was in his requests, the closer his data was to reality. The more he visualized the vectors, the better his skill worked. It was a tool for Priam. Moon Mist was different. Taking the time to experiment with his skill for the second time, Priam realized that this skill needed to be understood, almost cajoled. It wasn't alive, but it wasn't wholly neutral either. His affinity for mist mattered greatly, and the Baron had to put himself in a particular frame of mind to use it properly. It wasn't a matter of fusion, but of feeling. He had to be the mist. Or at least that was the ultimate goal. Currently, he was writing it. One day they would be one. LVL up, Moon Mist, LVL 11. Perk +4. Char +2. Meta, AFFI, +3. Sitting on the phoenix statue, Priam smiled as his mist took the form of a long tentacle. He manipulated the appendage by projecting his mind into it. Gently, he directed the fog toward a nearby chimney. There was no fire in the dome, but the system had copied Earth's architecture and thus these now useless conduits. Priam quickly reached the fireplace hearth, only to realize he had no idea of the room's configuration. The brainless merits allowed him to transfer his mind into his mist, but not out. He could only feel what the mist touched. He was blind, but any fool could raise the alarm when he saw a cloud appear in a closed room. Shit. How am I going to get to the tier room without seeing anything? Priam opened his eyes. He was still connected to the room below him and decided to teleport into the large chimney shaft. Then he could observe the space and decide what to do next. A day would come when he could rob castles while sipping hot chocolate. Priam didn't like coffee from a nearby inn. That day was not today. He concentrated briefly before creating a pocket of mist in the vent. Taking a deep breath, he used eidetic memory to recall the exact feeling that had come over him when he first rode the mist. Instantly, the feeling reappeared with absolute clarity. This is genuinely a fantastic talent. Confident, connected with his mist, he stepped forward and rode the fog. LVL up, Moon Mist, LVL 12. Perk +4. Char +2. Meta, AFFI, +3. The next moment, Priam suddenly reached out to lean against the chimney's walls. He had teleported but kept a filament of mist on the roof to escape at the end of his mission. He closed his eyes for a moment and felt no pain in his body. Apparently, he could use his skills again without eroding his meridians. His body had healed quickly. With both hands resting on the sides of the conduit, Priam tilted his head down and his feet toward the sky. An observer might have thought he was doing a handstand, but his hands were not on the ground. They were pressed to the sides of the chimney flue. In a gymnast's position, he passed his head quickly to the fireplace's height to observe the room. No one was there. Priam released his hold on the chimney and flipped in order to land on his feet. Observing the room one last time, he then walked towards the room door. The room he was currently occupying was unused, and he had not come here to sleep. Gently opening the door, Priam glanced down the hallway. No one was on his left, but a staircase led down the hallway to his right. Noise was coming from that direction. Where there is noise, there are phoenix tears. Priam headed for the stairs, spear in hand. He began to drown the hallway in mist. If someone came along, he would quickly knock them out without leaving the person able to identify him. Descending the stairs, Priam projected large amounts of mist before him. Identification worked with one of the five senses. Without seeing, hearing, smelling, touching, or tasting him, it would be impossible for the occupants to recognize him. Priam could see through the mist, so he had no interest in not using the skill to its fullest. Being of epic rank, it would protect him from even the vision of a mere baron. Humanity did not yet have a viscount, so Priam's anonymity was assured. One floor below, a glance at the corridor informed him of the uselessness of the place. He was apparently on the floor that housed the humans who had sworn loyalty to the Phoenix clan. Priam went downstairs again and stopped. The noise was much louder, and he bent down to look. He saw a richly decorated hallway with massive wooden doors and smiled. Guards flanked a large entrance in the middle of the hallway. Dressed in red robes embroidered with copper, with swords at their belts, they looked more majestic than dangerous. Priam was not a professional burglar, but he knew that when there were guards, there were things to steal. He would have liked to identify them, but remembered that his basic skill would have alerted them. Priam wasn't planning to knock out everyone in the building, nor was he going to indicate that he had arrived from the roof. The more questions people had, the fewer answers they would have. He concentrated and created a thin wire of mist that he ran between the floor and the baseboards of the wall protecting the tier room. The thread of mist was almost transparent, odorless, and moved without sound. It was no more than a centimeter in diameter, so the guards had no chance of seeing it without looking at their feet. They would eventually notice, but Priam needed only a few seconds to implement his plan. Priam was used to using large amounts of mist. Handling a wire was more complicated, but his skills made it possible. LVL up, focus, LVL 15. Perk +1. Viva +1. DXT +1. The thin cable of mist passed behind a guard's feet before reaching the door. Priam was not skilled enough to get the thread under the wooden door. There was a narrow passage under the door, but it was only a few millimeters wide. The young man took a few seconds to think about this problem before smiling. He may not have been clever enough, but the mist was invasive, giving him an idea. Priam gradually relaxed his control over the end of the cable. The mist began to slowly disperse, some of it naturally passing under the door. His mind remained connected to this free mist, and Priam regained control. He stopped the dispersal and focused on the fog that had entered the room. Priam took a deep breath. Everything was going to happen very quickly. He had no idea what was in the tier room, but there should be visitors, guards, and mechanical or magical security. He would have to penetrate the defenses quickly, steal the tier, and try not to kill anyone. Priam would defend himself if he had to, but he wanted to avoid slaughtering guards in their home, especially if they had never harmed him. A second later, he closed his eyes. There was no point in waiting any longer. Priam began to transfer a large amount of mist through the cable. He planned to drown the room in the haze before entering. Using his ability to the fullest, filling a closed chamber was a matter of a second or two. 2 seconds later, he heard screams from the room. The guards turned, and Priam sprang into action. Let's go, bullet time. With his heart racing, Priam took a step to ride the mist. Nothing happened. The mist was clear, the human was a little restless. He had to be on the same wavelength as the mist. I need to calm down, he thought, controlling his breathing. Meditation. A second later, he tried again to ride the mist. This time he was successful. He reappeared in the room. Pushed by the guards outside, the doors behind him began to open. The effect of bullet time and his immense vivacity allowed him to watch them open in slow motion. He closed the doors with a wave of his hand and quickly observed the room. A dozen people had taken refuge near the walls, while 3 men had approached the central pedestal. The tier was here, so beautiful it would make one want to cry. Priam had been skeptical when TJ told him these people charged an entire corps for the privilege of simply admiring the tier. But here and now, having seen it in person, he understood. Priam would have described it as the original drop of water, crystallized and then encased in a wooden casket. A glass pyramid protected it. He quickly identified the tier before smiling. Tear of a phoenix diluted thousands of times and then crystallized. Despite the dilution, this is not homeopathy, its regenerative properties work. The original tear could have resurrected a dead person. This one can regenerate the entire body of any tier 0. The phoenix does not cry alone. Your enemies despair as the tier heals you. It is the tribulation that will weep. Priam sped up with kinetic control and pushed one of the men out of the way. They seemed to move so slowly. I feel like I'm stealing a lollipop from a child. The man closest to the tier wore a red and silver robe embroidered with a phoenix. A step behind him was another man dressed in black, a gun in his belt. He held a beautiful black box in his right hand. Priam sped up again and reached the protection. He attacked the glass pyramid with his spear. The hoplite weapon met resistance, and Priam had to apply 3 kinetic charges before passing through the shield. The glass shattered, and Priam grabbed the casket. He closed it and put it back in his pocket before facing the 2 men now in contact with him. The man in the robe was looking in his direction, his features distorted by rage. He couldn't distinguish Priam in the thick mist, but heard the glass break. Priam clenched his fist. A split second later, he hit the man under the chin, knocking him off the ground. No glass had yet hit the floor, and the guards had not finished opening the door. Not more than a second had passed since he had entered the room. The man in black slowed down and held his left hand toward him, his palm open. A kind of spectral dart appeared and was propelled toward Priam. The greenish projectile stung his eyes just looking at it. Even with his perception of time slowed by bullet time, the attack was swift. Priam summoned all his remaining kinetic charges and threw himself to the side. He had no desire to be hit. He narrowly dodged, reabsorbed his kinetic energy, and charged at the attacker. Arriving at melee distance, he grabbed the assailant's left hand and twisted it sharply. The multiple sharp cracks that occurred reassured Priam. The enemy would not throw any more darts until the reunion was over. Priam then grabbed his other wrist and broke it too. The man dropped the black box he was holding and fell to the ground on his knees, screaming. Priam caught the box before it hit the ground and focused on the mist. Guards were entering the room. It was time to leave. His mind traveled up the cable, stairs, and chimney before reaching the roof. Closing his eyes, he activated meditation for half a second and stepped forward. The wind caressed his face. Priam opened his eyes again. The screams were barely audible now, and he was looking at the dome again. He smiled as he looked at the black box in his hand and felt the tear cascade against his chest. Looking up at the ducal palace, he calculated that he had less than an hour before he would be immortal again. "Time to kill a viscount," he muttered. A neutral voice came from behind him. "I thought you were a thief, not an assassin." Priam turned abruptly. He was annoyed that, once again, someone had positioned himself behind him without realizing it. An old man in his 60s stood behind him, smiling. He was dressed in black and had gloved hands. His suit showed a slender but muscular body. Priam put the black box away and tightened his grip on his spear. "Who are you?" he asked. "Diamond. Thief extraordinaire of the Thieves' Guild." "Nice to meet you, Priam," replied Diamond. "Nice to meet you too," said Priam after a short pause. "Priam, survivor extraordinaire. Did your parents hate you, or is that a code name?" Priam checked the surroundings as he answered Diamond. Knowing a thief could be useful, but he did not wish to be ambushed. Underestimating an opponent was always dangerous. "A code name. I like diamonds, and I'm a good thief," the elder revealed with a wink to Priam. "I like pizza, and I'm a good eater, but my name isn't Pizza," Priam commented with a shrug. "Still, Diamond is classier than Pizza, so why not? What do you want from me?" Status, average value for a Homo sapiens male before integration, PHY 10/Men 10/Meta 0. Physical. Strength 86. Constitution 103. Agility 119. Vitality 164. Perception 191. Mental. Vivacity 135. Dexterity 113. Memory 33. Willpower 69. Charisma 90. Meta. Meta affinity 89. Meta focus 60. Meta endurance 4. Meta chance 40. Potential 221. Tier 0. He who eludes death, charge, OFF. Reloaded in 0 hours, 50 minutes, and 39 seconds. Tribulation, a tribulation is coming. Time, 53 hours, 20 minutes, 33 seconds. The old man smiled as he approached the edge of the roof. A clamor was rising from the street. The Phoenix clan was beginning to search every passerby and they were not always in agreement. I had to steal this tier, but I obviously arrived too late. It's my fault, I wanted to orchestrate an impressive theft by announcing it. It would have increased the prestige of my guild. He lamented. But maybe it's not so bad. Bravo for the theft, by the way. You can teleport, right? Priam raised his eyebrows. Diamond hadn't even tried to disguise his question. I have a feeling I'll be teleporting away from this conversation soon. The elder raised his hands in the air. No, wait. Sorry, I guess it's a taboo question now. However, that was really impressive. Before you leave, I have a proposal. I'd like to propose a mission to you. The rewards are worth it, and between the two of us, we might be able to pull it off. I'm very busy right now, Priam replied, staring at Diamond. He who eludes death was almost recharged, and he wanted to get to the palace quickly. I suspect you might be interested. The Phoenix tier is rare, but this move would make it look like a trinket. I won't bore you with the details, but while the Colosseum is there to help warriors, there is also the hideout, which helps thieves and assassins, Diamond revealed. I need you for a level 4 mission. It's the equivalent of the 40th wave of the Colosseum. Priam squinted his eyes. I don't want to question your skills, Diamond, but I barely made it through the 20th wave. I can't imagine you being that strong. You're right. I'm amazing, but level 4 is still too hard for me. I'd say I'm between levels 2 and 3 right now, and I'm the best thief of this dome, he added. Priam reassessed the thief. If he was telling the truth, the thief was exceptionally talented if not modest. Priam touched the tier box through his robe to ensure it was still there. If he gets too close, I'll skewer him. However, with my flying skills and your teleportation, it's possible, continued Diamond. Not now, of course, but at the end of the week. It would be interesting for both of us. I get the mission reward from the hideout, certainly a talent or skill, and then I'll attempt other level 4 missions solo. You get the physical reward. We're here to steal something after all, Diamond chuckled. What would we steal? Asked Priam. The thief checked his surroundings before answering. The moon key, he whispered. It opens a portal to the moon after the reunion. For the return trip, you'll need another key, though. Priam thought about the proposal. He didn't need another key. Elysium wouldn't let him go for long. Coming back to the moon when no one else was there. He looked up to the sky and beyond. A few seconds later, he began to smile. If it works. I might be interested, he replied. But not until the end of the week. If you're still interested, contact TJ, an orphan selling information. Oh, and, Diamond? You better not try to fool me. He threatened. Don't forget the honor among thieves, he reminded. You stole that from a movie, retorted Priam. Diamond smiled with all his teeth, and Priam thought he liked gold too. Don't worry, I'm the best, because I know who to steal from, the thief replied before reaching for his ear. I've got to get going. I can't wait to hear about your next exploit, Priam Pizza Azura, he finished. The thief's face turned blacker than night. A moment later, his body turned to black ink and fell to the ground, merging with the shadows. Priam, despite his impressive perception, could no longer detect anything. Feeling vibrations coming from the building, he stepped forward and disappeared too. A few seconds later, a door on the roof opened. Search the roof, the man in the red robe with the silver embroidery ordered curtly. He had just lost something of great value. The only upside to the theft was that the tier belonged to him personally. He didn't dare imagine his punishment for losing a clan treasure. A few seconds later, one of his subordinates came to report. No trace on the roof, leader. Our guys detected a slightly high percentage of humidity in one of the unoccupied rooms on the lower floor. But even searching near the chimney overlooking the room, we found nothing. Since we're outside, if there was a very light mist, it would have dissipated long ago, he reported. The leader's face turned the color of his robe. Are you telling me we have no leads? Yes, leader. But we're still looking, the subordinate swallowed. You won't find anything, announced a voice. The man in black, whose wrists were splinted for easy healing, was approaching. But we will. We will bring the tier back to the Phoenix clan, have no fear. We are partners, after all, and the cult of revenants never abandons its allies, he smiled. The leader visibly calmed down. Thank you, Antoine. If there is anything I can do to help. That won't be necessary, Antoine replied. I already have a lead. Image Priam reappeared on the roof of a building more than 300 meters away. Without wasting any time, he started running across the rooftops to build up kinetic energy and escape the scene of his misdeed. He quickly accelerated to his maximum speed, using art of movement and kinetic control to propel himself from building to building and roof to roof. His goal was to lose any pursuers. LVL up, art of movement, LVL 13. AGI +1. Perk +1. DXT +1. Priam was close to the ducal palace and quickly reached the square surrounding it. The palace was built on top of the dome on a small hill and dominated the city. Made of gold and metal, the majestic structure imposed an aura of nobility. The area near the palace was empty and paved. In this square, richly decorated building stood. Priam recognized the home of the merchant Mercury, which TJ had told him about. For the moment, he was not interested in the merchant but in the Lord of the Dome. The palace had 4 colossal towers that soared to the sky. He quickly shot a mist towards the nearest tower. A few seconds later, Priam rode the fog and found himself on a balcony of the palace, more than 200 meters from his original location. He looked back, but nothing seemed to move. It was unlikely that opponents would have followed him, given his speed, but he wanted to be sure. Priam opened his status and decided to meditate while waiting for He Who Eludes Death to renew. He wanted to be at his best to face the Viscount. Image LVL up, meditation, LVL 3, 4. Will +6. MEM +3. 50 minutes later, Priam opened his eyes. Meditation, coupled with eidetic memory, had refreshed his mind. He realized that the talent allowed him to increase his memory without leveling up a skill. Just as doing push-ups could increase his strength, methodically searching his memory would improve it. Of course, he knew that the skill, as valuable as it was, would begin to lose its effectiveness as he accumulated more memories and knowledge. But then there would always be time to improve the skill. If Priam were to hazard an analogy, he had started with a standard memory and now had a directory to access his memories. In the future, perhaps he could create some sort of AI that could sort out his memory for him? But there was no substitute for naturally increasing his memory attribute. It was the easiest way to think of all his knowledge simultaneously and remember everything. Right now, eidetic memory was helping him to complete his memory, but in 20 or 30 years? The talent would not be enough. Priam rummaged through his clothes and pulled out the tear first. He identified it to make sure Diamond hadn't managed to steal it, but it seemed genuine. He slipped it into an easily accessible pocket. If he had to use it, he might not have time to get it out of the box. Priam then took the black box he had retrieved. The man in black certainly wanted to exchange it for the tear. So it was only natural to assume that its contents were of the same rarity level as the tear. Priam turned the box away from him. Its bearer was a dart enthusiast, and if Priam was to believe the books he had read, such people liked to trap their treasures. Priam grabbed the edges of the box and pressed it open. Nothing happened. He frowned as he applied more force. The little box remained closed. A few seconds later, Priam swore as he tried to open the box. He tried to insert the tip of his spear into the gap to pry it open, but the box remained obstinate. A splash attack would have had more effect. Copiously insulting the box, the tree that had created its wood, and the seed of that same tree, he finally got up. As a wise man once said, if your problem cannot be solved by strength, you are not using enough strength. Priam put the box on the ground and held it down with his foot. He had a fight to the death scheduled in less than 15 minutes and didn't want to waste time with a box. He raised his spear and struck the lock of the box. Magikarp becomes Gyarados. The lock snapped, making Priam smile. He opened the box with the tip of his spear and revealed the object inside. A twin tear to the one he had stolen was in the box. The only difference was its black color. Identification. Tear of a phoenix of the depths. The depths is a terrible place, containing the cataclysms to come. Long ago, an evil god locked up a child phoenix there. Lost, abandoned, and tortured, the depths won him over. His distress made him cry one last time. Here is his diluted tear. This tear tainted by the depths allows influencing the consciousness of a phoenix. Its consumption promises a rebirth. Beware, When consumed, the influence of the depths will arise to corrupt the surrounding environment. Priam watched the corrupted tear momentarily before putting it away in one of his pockets. He wasn't sure he wanted to use the tear, despite he who eludes death. The identification advised against it, and he shouldn't be reckless if a real phoenix and a god were involved. After a few seconds, Priam turned his gaze to the Phoenix Hotel. The leader of the Phoenix clan must have known what the object was for. So it was a safe bet that he wanted to trade in the corrupted tear for social status. If it was possible to influence the feelings of a real phoenix, then affecting the sentiments of a half-phoenix from a secondary family should be easy. Humans always manage to adapt, even after an apocalypse. Shaking his head, he turned to the picture window and opened it. The longer he waited, the more powerful the Viscount became. Before entering the apartment, Priam changed his mind and glanced down from the balcony railing. Time to get ready. Image half an hour later, Priam was strolling through the corridors of the palace. The palace was exceptionally well decorated, and splendid Persian carpets in red and gold adorned the floor. The quality of the wool, silk, and cotton brought a smile to Priam's lips as his bare feet trod the carpets. The building was brightly lit, with crystal chandeliers and lamps hanging on the wall. The opulence of the place was artfully measured so as not to disgust the visitor. Priam had begun by opening room after room before realizing the futility of his approach. Seen from the outside, the palace was immense, but like the Colosseum, it was spatially expanded. Quickly, Priam became aware that he could spend weeks opening the various doors without finding anything but beautiful suites. Sleeping in a nice bed wasn't unpleasant, but right now, Priam wanted to slaughter a viscount and get some new titles. The Baron began running through the corridors to find more useful rooms. 10 minutes later, after several detours, he came to the end of an endless hallway. A heavy double door was waiting for him. Putting his hand on it, the system warned him. Ducal Library, open to the Lord of the Dome only. Priam left with a smile. Maya hadn't lied. There was a use for being the Dome Lord. If there was a library, surely there were other valuable facilities in the other towers. A weapons room? Maybe even a garden to take samples back to Logarithm. Priam mentally marked the location of the library in his mind. He probably wouldn't have time to read until the end of the week, but if he could defeat the boss of the 50th wave. Either way, he had a new reason to beat the Dome Lord. Knowledge was power. Walking up the hallway to the end, Priam eventually found a staircase. The Baron went down to return to the main building. While searching, he noticed that the windows faced the same side of the dome. He had not exited the tower he had reached with his jump. If the Viscount was waiting anywhere, it would be either in the throne room or his chambers, not an outlying tower. It took Priam almost an hour to find the throne room. It was indeed at the back of the main building. The distance between it and the entrance was insane. Priam had sped up as he searched, and by the end, he had simply run down an endless hallway. LVL up, Athletics, LVL 18. AGI +2. By the time Priam arrived at the double doors of the throne room, he was barely out of breath. Waiting a minute to let his heart calm down, he put his hand on the right door wing. Throne room, open to the nobility. Welcome, Baron. Priam gently pushed open the door. If the Lord was sleeping, he had no intention of disturbing his sleep. As soon as the opening allowed him to pass, Priam crept into the room. Instantly, he looked around to check for possible threats. The room was both vast and empty. It reminded Priam of the Iron Throne room in a famous series. Except that the throne was not made of iron but ochre stone, and its occupant was literally a monster. Priam did not need to identify the monster to recognize it. He was facing a sitting and sleeping sphinx, which was an unusual position for a sphinx from the statues he had seen. The Baron watched the Viscount for a few moments. She was motionless, except for her chest, which swelled with her breathing. A human head was placed on a lion's body and eagle's wings. The beast's face seemed appeased, and her hair looked like a golden mane. The monster projected a majestic and terrifying aura that paralyzed Priam for a few seconds. Officially, the Sphinx was still a Viscount, but she had the potential to become a duke just by growing. In practical terms, the Viscount could already have claimed the title of Count. The Guardian of the Dome was not meant to be killed by a man. Priam looked around the room again. Having seen the monster, he gave himself no more than a 10% chance of victory. But he also knew that with 2 lives, maybe even 3, thanks to the Phoenix tier, he could put up a fight. His mist would help him dodge blows, and what better way to get ahead than to face an invincible boss in a huge, ether-filled room. Priam was finally paying attention, but the room was absolutely bursting with ether. The density was about the same in Elysium, and that meant something. Standing there, he could feel his cells activate and his body filled with energy. Smiling, Priam decided to give it a try. A second glance told him about the specifics of the room. Four massive rock pillars supported the top of the hall, hundreds of meters above the ground. Titanic stained glass windows stood behind the throne. A colossal chandelier hung from the keystone, its mass approaching 100 tons. In the middle of the room, just below the chandelier, a large well about 5 meters in diameter was filled with a black liquid. It wasn't the Sphinx's bathtub, she was far too massive to fit inside. Priam analyzed one by one the different elements of the place and the possibilities they offered. He then moved forward a few meters, before summoning his mist. The Sphinx was a Viscount, and he suspected that the mist would be of little use in camouflaging him, but he had other interests in using it. Priam then poured the venom he had bought onto the tip of his spear. It certainly wouldn't be very effective, but it was probably better than nothing. Stretching for a few moments, he then got into a throwing position. He had chosen to form his mist like a thread that stopped a few meters from the Sphinx's head. The end of his mist thread, the tip of his spear, and the left eye of the Sphinx were aligned. This allowed him to aim without hitting the monster. Priam feared his mist would wake the boss and didn't want to touch her before the fight started. He had the first shot and didn't want to waste it. Priam focused on his mist. His instincts told him this was a bad idea. Yet he was more ready than he would ever be. He accumulated 8 kinetic charges while jumping from the palace balcony at terminal velocity. His instincts persisted. The Sphinx was a monster. That's what I must become if I want to be free, he muttered. A monster hunter. With an imperceptible gasp, Priam took 3 steps forward and threw his spear with all his might. LVL up, throw, LVL 14, 15. DEXT +2. Image status, average value for a Homo sapiens male before integration, PHY 10/men 10/meta 0. Physical. Strength 86. Constitution 103. Agility 122. Vitality 164. Perception 192. Mental. Vivacity 135. Dexterity 116. Memory 36. Willpower 76. Charisma 90. Meta. Meta affinity 89. Meta focus 60. Meta endurance 4. Meta chance 40. Potential 231. Tier 0. He who eludes death, charge, primed. Tribulation, a tribulation is coming. Time, 50 hours, 35 minutes, 57 seconds. The spear went off like a cannonball. Priam weighed about 90 kilograms, the ether had allowed him to put on muscle quickly. A man would free fall at about 70 meters per second, his terminal velocity, which meant a kinetic energy of about 220 kj. 8 kinetic charges added to a 20-kilogram spear would propel it to about 418 meters per second. The throne room was about 250 meters long, and the projectile took less than half a second to reach the Sphinx. The weapon penetrated the eyelid of the Sphinx and sank into her right eye. The creature screamed, and the world shook. Literally. The stained glass windows shook with the sound wave, and Priam's vision distorted. He fell to his knees as his eardrums burst. Holy shit. What the hell just happened? Priam's instincts screamed, and he looked up in time to see that a disk of air was heading his way. Without thinking, Priam automatically rolled to the side, and the wind attack grazed him before cutting one of the room's doorways in half. The Sphinx stood up slowly after sending her attack. She calmly watched the warrior with her good eye. The other had been punctured by the hoplite spear, still embedded in it. Sphinx opened her mouth, and Priam, trembling, prepared to dodge. A hero coming to challenge me? I am Sphinx, lord of this dome. My rule and my mission are authorized by Karma, one of the 7 concepts, she announced. Despite his perforated eardrums, Priam could hear her speaking in his head. Her voice was human, powerful, but pleasant. The creature moved her head forward and continued. Defeating me in a duel would honor you with my charge, but basic rules dictate that you warn me before you attack. Perhaps you have no honor, she muttered. Priam stood up quickly and dusted off his clothes, trying not to fall back. His inner ear was a mess. LVL up, balance, LVL 3. AGI +1. DEXT +2. He was thinking fast. His most potent attack had not even fully penetrated the creature's eye. One move by the Sphinx had enough power to cut through solid wooden doors a foot thick from over 200 yards away. There was skill involved, of course, but Priam was no fool. In single combat, he had absolutely no chance. His only advantage was that the boss thought this was a regulated duel. There must be a solution. Pardon me, O Sphinx. Your fame is so great that I was called from another world to defeat you. I was told that the attacker is entitled to the first blow in a duel and that to wake you otherwise would have been rude. I just arrived, and I didn't know your customs. He said politely as he bowed. LVL up, acting, LVL 3. Char +3. Sphinx glowered at the compliments and raised her left paw. Her eye injury didn't seem to bother her too much. I forgive you, she announced magnanimously. But what are the names of these liars? I must punish them for sullying the honor of your race. The cult of revenants, your grace, and their leader Claire, Priam replied, his face impassive. I hope you'll enjoy it, Claire, he chuckled inwardly. I will know how to punish them, Sphinx growled. Now, human, let us duel. My lineage obliges me to give you a choice of weapons. Her lineage. I wonder if that is the reason for her strength. Sphinx and Galapagos were both viscounts, but their power was incomparable. Could you tell me more about your lineage, your grace? Asked Priam respectfully. Of course. I am a Sphinx, and I will choose a name when I become an earl. Later, if I become queen, Karma will allow me to create my own clan, Sphinx announced as she stood up proudly. The Seps created me to fulfill my mission in the reunions of human civilization, but there are already powerful clans of Sphinxes in the universe. In the mythological hierarchy, the Sphinxes are near the top of the pyramid. One day I will socially elevate the Sphinxes to the level of the dragons and the like. But today, I am participating in my first duel. Now that you are aware of the honor of dying before me, give me your terms. I'm going up against a monster almost on the level of a dragon. Maya, I hope for your sake you didn't know about this. Priam bowed again. I thank you again for the honor you do me. I propose an unrestricted fight until one of us dies. May that death erase any ill will one may have for the other and allow us to befriend each other in the next life. I, Priam, swear to uphold this oath upon my name and lineage, Priam vowed. Strange choice of words, human Priam. I accept. I, Sphinx, swear to uphold this oath upon my name and lineage, Sphinx vowed. LVL up, manipulation, LVL 3. Char +3. Priam smiled. His first attack had told him that the fight would be challenging, if not impossible. His regular attacks would not have a tenth of the power of the first, and he had barely managed to pierce her eyelid. But she's not going to let herself be passively attacked. I wonder what her specialty is. She didn't keep Priam waiting long. Regularly, I will ask you a riddle. If your answer is correct, the battle will continue. If your answer is wrong, the fight will end. Let the battle begin, she announced. Sphinx raised a paw, and her claws split the air. A disk of wind, the result of her action, flew towards Priam. He stepped into the mist to dodge. The Baron had created a large amount of fog to make it easy to avoid. The wind split his mist in two, and Priam swore as he lost control of the part of his mist that was no longer connected. This would limit his ability to teleport. He concentrated on creating a large amount of continuous steam and nearly got cut in half by the next attack. He staggered to the side to dodge. LVL up, balance, LVL 4. AGI +1. DEXT +2. Sphinx's voice rose, and Priam's body froze in place. First riddle. Which creature has one voice and yet becomes 4-footed and 2-footed and 3-footed? You have 30 seconds, she announced. Priam smiled. In mythology, the Sphinx asked the same question in Thebes before devouring the passers-by. Oedipus had found the answer, and Priam quoted him. Man who crawls on all fours as a baby, then walks on 2 feet as an adult, and then uses a walking stick in old age. Sphinx screamed in rage and opened her mouth to bite her right wing. Priam watched in shock. 2 seconds later, the Dome Lord had devoured her wing, and Priam understood. I have to pass all her riddles to win. Sphinx then pulled Priam's spear out of her eye. She flicked it away, and Priam concentrated on his mist. Bound weapon allowed him to link his spear to his skills, and he focused briefly. He quickly found the presence of his spear, which he was now intimately familiar with. As a disk of wind rushed at him, the mist absorbed the spear, and it reappeared in his hand. If he could ride the fog, so could his weapon. LVL up, Moon Mist, LVL 13. Perk +4. Char +2. Meta, AFFI, +3. Priam hurriedly dodged the wind disk, with a smile. This is even more convenient than Accio. Sphinx screamed again and continued to bombard Priam with wind disks. The Baron dodged to the right and left, balance, helping him not fall. Suddenly, as he escaped one disc, a second one appeared. It had followed the first one like a shadow, and Priam had not noticed it. Priam swung to the side, and the attack grazed his hands. Two more discs were coming, and Priam had to straddle the mist to take refuge behind a rock pillar. A cool sensation came from his left hand, and Priam lowered his head. His eyes widened as he looked at his hand. The second disc had not grazed him. He was missing 4 fingers, and only his thumb had survived the attack. With his vitality, Priam knew the attack was far from fatal, but his stomach twisted at the horrific sight. Being suddenly amputated would have done that to anyone. The pillar shook again, and Priam looked up just in time to see cracks running through it. Priam gasped for a second. He knew he didn't have time to feel sorry for his hand. The fight was intense, and any mistake could be fatal. He gritted his teeth and focused on the pillar in front of him. The pillar was huge and touched the ceiling far above him. Priam bit down on his spear to hold it up and began to climb it with difficulty. With only one hand, the exercise was complicated. Despite his strength, Priam had problems finding holds. Occasionally he managed to wrap his bruised arm around a decoration to hold on. LVL up, climbing, LVL 4. AGI +1. A few dozen seconds later, he was over 30 meters away. Numerous decorations adorned the pillar at regular intervals, facilitating his progress. During his ascent, he almost fell several times as the columns shook and cracked under Sphinx's attacks. LVL up, climbing, LVL 5. AGI +1. Positioned with his back to the column, both feet on gargoyle heads, and the arm of his mutilated hand around some statue, he was ready to counterattack. With his good hand, Priam raised his spear and prepared his shot. He wanted to attack the Sphinx if only to avenge his fingers. The massive pillar between him and the boss protected him but also blocked his view. Fortunately, Priam had an idea. Priam closed his eyes and projected his mind into his mist. The mist filled the entire room, allowing him to see the Sphinx easily. He concentrated on his spear as the pillar shook increasingly from the boss attacks. Meditation. A moment later, he opened his eyes and threw his spear while concentrating on bound weapon. The spear disappeared, swallowed by the mist. The mist began to tremble a meter away from Sphinx's right eye before the hoplite spear reappeared, thrown at full speed. The barrage of wind discs stopped for a second. His pillar was severely damaged and threatened to collapse. Priam jumped to the next one, 50 meters away. At first, he came short, but with 4 kinetic charges, he managed to cross the distance to reach safety. At the same time, he noticed 2 things. The spear had bounced off the closed eyelid of the Sphinx without actually penetrating it. Either she had a titanic constitution or a hardening skill. Secondly, the pillar he had just left was in a terrifying state on the Sphinx's side. It would not survive more than another 10 seconds of attacks. Which means I have a time limit. When the 8 pillars are on the ground, dodging won't be fun anymore. Sphinx looked at the spear on the ground and then at Priam and laughed. You are very foolhardy to dare to confront me without a domain, human. Second riddle. There are 2 sisters, one gives birth to the other, and she, in turn, gives birth to the first. Who are the 2 sisters? You have 30 seconds, she asked. Again, Priam's body went numb, and only his mouth answered, day and night. This one was less familiar, but simpler. Priam grimaced. He knew the answer, but would eventually lose if riddles got harder and less familiar. If Sphinx was forced to eat herself while she was the one asking the questions, the penalty for Priam might be terrifying. 2 wings and 4 legs. I guess I have to answer 6 riddles. Only 4 more. Sphinx stared at Priam for a few seconds, before turning her head to devour her second wing. Priam took the opportunity to concentrate on his fallen spear. He tried to bring it back to his side, taking advantage of his mist. The mist shook before it came to rest. Priam's mind was at one with it, yet Priam felt himself losing control of the fog around the Sphinx. He could still see the Sphinx with his eyes, but his mist was inaccessible within a 5-meter radius of Sphinx. A few seconds later, Sphinx had finished her meal and turned to Priam. "I just told you, human. Your spear and mist are in my domain. If you want them, come and get them," she said. Her voice was calm, but there was a threat in it. A domain. She can control the area near her. Priam was annoyed. One of his ideas to finish the fight was to teleport his spear directly into Sphinx's gullet. He was ready to attack all the weak points of the mythological beast, even her anus. However, the domain made the idea obsolete. It seems logical, he thought. It would be too strong if I could attack any boss with big lungs that could breathe my mist from the inside. Looking at Sphinx, Priam swallowed. He had no desire to approach the massive monster. He had no chance if even his spear couldn't scratch it. The Dome Lord was not a stupid dog baron. If I come any closer, I'm dead. Her physical attributes totally dwarf mine. A moment later, Priam dodged a wind disc in extremis. This one had taken him by surprise. It was twice as fast as the previous discs. Sphinx was getting more serious. Priam took refuge behind the pillar he occupied as best he could. His head was spinning because of his pierced eardrums and his precarious balance. His right hand, freed from the spear, was now helping him to hold on to the statues. He looked again at his left stump and the blood flowing from it as his pillar weakened. I must answer the riddles. It's my only chance. Looking at the next pillar, Priam squinted. It was 50 meters away, and Priam couldn't dodge in the air. Sphinx's attention was now focused on him. Kinetic control. Priam absorbed the tremors of his pillar with one hand. A second later, he made up his mind and jumped. Instantly, Sphinx sent out 2 discs of wind. As the first came closer, Priam used his kinetic charges to accelerate further into the air and dodged them. Sphinx sent 3 more discs, but Priam had almost reached the third pillar. The boss screamed in rage as her attacks failed. Landing on his feet, Priam reached out with his left arm toward a statue to secure himself. The next moment, he tumbled. His left hand had tried to grab the statue's head, but Priam had only a thumb left on that hand. His bruised stump hit the rock, causing Priam to howl in pain as he let go of the grip he held in his right hand. He fell a dozen feet before activating kinetic control to break his fall and slam himself against the pillar. His right hand caught a ledge, stopping him completely. Heart-pounding, breathless, and aching, Priam hung in the air for a few seconds. The pillar shook as Sphinx bombarded him. The fight was not going as planned and had the effect of a cold shower on Priam. He had brilliantly defeated Galapagos, but against a lord like Sphinx, he was still far too weak. His attacks inflicted no damage, he had lost his spear, and Sphinx sent a dozen attacks per second, each capable of cutting him in half. Priam closed his eyes and checked his ether supply. Riding the mist was expensive, and he had only half his energy left. Hanging from a ledge 20 meters above the ground, his eardrums shattered and a mythological beast intent on killing him, Priam sighed, I suddenly respect Heracles, Theseus, and all the others. Only the thought of Claire running away from Sphinx made him smile. Sphinx's voice rose again as the attack ceased. Third riddle. Suppose you're playing a game, and you're given the choice of 3 doors, behind one door is a treasure, behind the others, nothing. You pick a door, say number 1, and the host, who knows what's behind the doors, opens another door, say number 3, which has nothing. He then says to you, do you want to pick door number 2? Would you be wise to switch? You have 30 seconds. Status, average value for a Homo sapiens male before integration, PHY 10/men 10/meta 0. Physical. Strength 86. Constitution 103. Agility 126. Vitality 164. Perception 196. Mental. Vivacity 135. Dexterity 120. Memory 36. Willpower 76. Charisma 98. Meta. Meta Affinity 92. Meta Focus 60. Meta Endurance 4. Meta Chance 40. Potential, 244. Tier 0. He who eludes death, charge, primed. Tribulation, a tribulation is coming. Time, 50 hours 30 minutes, 38 seconds. Priam smiled inwardly. He had studied mathematics in school, and the Monty Hall problem was famous. The simple solution to the riddle was not necessarily intuitive. For Greek peasants or laymen in mathematics, the riddle or, in this case, the mathematical puzzle, was almost a coin toss. However, Priam stood on the shoulders of giants. If Sphinx intended to turn her riddles into a math problem, she would likely be disappointed. I had a 1 in 3 chance of picking the right door at the start and a 2 in 3 chance of getting it wrong. So if there is nothing behind door number 3, door number 2 has a 2 in 3 chance of being the right door. It would be wise for me to change doors, Priam explained. Sphinx was going to have to eat herself, and Priam stood ready. He was going to fight. The Dome Lord was superior to him in every way, but Priam would fight with all his might. To win, he would give his life and potential if he had to. Sphinx screamed, and Priam let go of the ledge. In the middle of his fall, he disappeared, swallowed by the mist. He reappeared a few feet away from Sphinx as she began to devour her left rear leg. Priam intended to take advantage of her meal, to recover his spear. Obviously, he had no way to hurt the boss directly, but he had an idea. Priam lunged for the weapon on the ground and grabbed it with his good hand. No sooner had he held it than Sphinx, still in the middle of her meal, lunged with her good leg. The blow was so quick that Priam had no time to dodge. He absorbed as much energy as possible, but the Dome Lord's strength was monstrous. Priam was knocked unconscious by the shock and acceleration. He would have shuddered if he could have heard his bones cracking. LVL up, blunt resistance, LVL 6, 7, 8. Const, +3. 2 seconds later, he crashed into the first pillar that had sheltered him. This one was already damaged, and the fainted warrior could not absorb the second shock. He hit the pillar head-on, and it was the straw that broke the camel's back. LVL up, blunt resistance, LVL 9, 10. Const, +2. The pillar cracked as its base gave way. Priam's vitality woke him as it began to crumble. The cracks that had been there from Sphinx's attacks widened. Despite his battered eardrums, Priam heard the cracking of the rock. The pillar's base could no longer support the weight of the enormous stone column. The collapse was inevitable. Priam tried to get up but couldn't. He suddenly realized that he couldn't feel anything below the waist. Sphinx's attack and his disastrous landing had certainly damaged his spine. Priam panicked for a moment before pulling himself together. The helplessness of being immobilized and disabled was terrifying, but rationally he knew he would heal. Potentially, Axolotl or Hydra would even make him more resistant to this kind of injury. I just need to heal before I die. Sphinx had no intention of letting him heal his wounds. The boss was down to 3 legs, and her eyes flashed with anger. Managing to remain majestic despite her appearance, she quickly approached to finish the fight. Priam knew she would want to devour him. Sphinx had a terrifying appetite, but her own flesh would not satisfy her. Priam looked up at the pillar as it continued to crumble under its weight. He had 2 choices. Let Sphinx kill him quickly or fight with all his might and hope to win. Priam smiled. He already knew the answer to this riddle. When Sphinx was only a few dozen meters away, Priam teleported his spear into a crack in the pillar, more than 20 meters up. He activated all his kinetic charges and used his weapon as leverage to further destabilize the pillar. Large blocks of rock cracked before falling on his spear. Instinctively, because of his connection with his spear, Priam was able to absorb the block's kinetic energy. This was the first time he had successfully used kinetic control at a distance, and a smile lit up his face. This opened the door to many possibilities. LVL up, kinetic control, LVL 16. Viva +2. DEXT +3. Meta, focus, +4. 5 minutes earlier, he didn't even know he could absorb kinetic energy like that. That's why Priam had agreed to this fight. Death's approach gave him wings and inspired new ideas. Priam briefly tried to absorb the kinetic energy of the elements in contact with his mist, but it still didn't synergize enough with kinetic control. His spear was his linked weapon, but his mist was still too foreign. Shaking his head as Sphinx arrived, Priam winced at the death march. Sphinx opened her mouth, and Priam screamed. One last riddle? Cut off in her tracks, Sphinx paused momentarily before closing her mouth. The concepts had created her in the image of the mythological beast, and she couldn't resist asking one last riddle. She looked briefly at the pillar before answering, reassured. Very good, human. Here is the riddle. Try to defeat me, but try in vain. When I win, I end your pain. You have 30 seconds, she announced with a cruel smile. Priam smiled too. He already knew the answer to the question, but even without that, the sadism oozing out of Sphinx's voice was already enough of a clue. However, Priam didn't mind as he was mostly trying to buy time. For 20 seconds, the two adversaries stared at each other in a silence that was disturbed only by the creaking of the pillar. Priam was fully paralyzed by the power of Sphinx and could not move his spear with his skill. But he did not need to. The pillar's base collapsed with a sound like the world's end. The stone pillar fell a dozen feet from Priam and Sphinx, knocking the air out of the way. The wind blew through the warrior's hair as the ground shook. A few shards of stone slammed into his body, causing minor injuries. Others bounced uselessly off Sphinx's fur and skin. Priam looked up. Almost the entire pillar was now suspended from the ceiling. Priam's smile widened. A pillar was supposed to support a building, not the other way around. The concepts may have created the Duke's palace in an instant, but they had been inspired by human architecture. The Greeks knew how to build good buildings, but even they had their limits. Predictably, it didn't take more than a second after the base fell for the top of the pillar to follow, taking part of the vault with it. A colossal mass of stone, twice the height of the Statue of Liberty, began its fall, pulled down by gravity. Priam's spear was still stuck in it, and he prepared himself. 24 seconds into the riddle, and with a comfortable lead, he looked Sphinx straight in the eye. Try to defeat me, but try in vain. When I win, I end your pain. The answer is death. It comes for all of us, but I elude it, he said with a smile. Good answer, human. But not this time, Sphinx growled. She had watched the pillar and calculated it would not descend directly on them. Its trajectory was still dangerous, but Sphinx didn't care about the stone chips. She turned to her last hind leg and began to bite it. At the same time, finally free of Sphinx's skill, Priam transferred the kinetic energy of the previous blow into his spear. He knew stopping the pillar, or even slowing it down, was impossible. The energy of the million-ton fall was far too great. But guiding its fall? That was much simpler. A gust of wind could not stop a car but could easily change its direction. Priam wanted to use his spear and kinetic energy to direct the pillar at him and Sphinx. He was not averse to death if it meant he could become Lord of the Dome. Bullet time. Everything was going to happen in a second, and Priam changed his perception of time to increase his leeway. Slowly, he saw the shift in the pillar's angle. Sphinx had just begun its meal and would be immobilized as the column descended. The spear was stuck in a crack, and Priam had sent energy to bring it back to him. Unfortunately, the energy in Sphinx's paw strike may have been colossal, but not enough to completely deflect the pillar. It would crash close to Sphinx, but not on her. Maybe the impact and the shards of stone would hurt her, but Priam was willing to bet she would stay alive. He would not. Priam refused to give in to panic. He took the tear out of his pocket and put it in his mouth. If he was going to be crushed with his possessions, he might as well enjoy the effects of it before he died. The corrupted tear remained in his pocket. He wasn't stupid enough to ignore the system's recommendations. The next moment, he closed his eyes. The pillar would come down in a second. He connected to his potential. The concepts opened his eyes. Kinetic control. The pillar slowed imperceptibly, and Priam screamed. Despite the help of potential to better control his energy, the ether flow in his meridians was unbearable. Now Priam was trying to absorb a small amount of the kinetic energy of the falling pillar, but even that tiny amount was enough to tear his body apart. His orifices began to bleed after a tenth of a second. LVL up, kinetic control, LVL 17. Viva +2. DEXT +3. Meta, focus, +4. LVL up, erosion resistance, LVL 2. Meta, end, +3. Const, +1. Pop -5. 0.2 of a second later, Priam's brain and most of his organs turned to mush. LVL up, erosion resistance, LVL 3. Meta, end, +3. Const, +1. Pop -5. 0.3 of a second later, his heart exploded under the effort. LVL up, kinetic control, LVL 18. Viva +2. DEXT +3. Meta, focus, +4. LVL up, erosion resistance, LVL 4. Meta, end, +3. Const, +1. Pop -5. Priam's body collapsed, and only his mind remained conscious, thanks to Brainless. His eyes had popped out, and only the mist continued to give information about his surroundings. Sphinx must have been concentrating on her meal, because her domain no longer prevented Priam from observing the surroundings using his mist, despite his proximity to the mythical creature. His vitality and axolotl or hydra had given up trying to repair his body, the damage was accumulating too fast. Together with his potential, they were trying to support Priam's body meridians. Without them, the warrior would have to catalyze his technique with his spiritual meridians. These would hold for a split second before bursting, breaking his spirit and killing him. 0.4 of a second later, Priam stopped slowing the pillar. He would die if he continued and still had two things to do. LVL up, erosion resistance, LVL 5. Meta, end, +3. Const, +1. Pop -5. Priam focused on his accumulated energy and transferred it back to the pillar using his spear. This time he had enough energy to deflect the pillar from its course. In the next 0.3 of a second, Priam accelerated the pillar toward him and Sphinx. LVL up, kinetic control, LVL 19. Viva +2. DEXT +3. Meta, focus, +4. LVL up, erosion resistance, LVL 6, 7, 8. Meta, end, +9. Const, +3. Pop -5. Over 1,000,000 tons of rock were falling on them. Just as the Dome Lord raised her head, Priam threw his destroyed body toward her. Sphinx tried to use her two front legs to dodge. At that moment, Priam hit her with his head and absorbed her kinetic energy to immobilize her. However, despite using his potential, he felt resistance. Sphinx had a much smaller mass than the falling column, but she was less easy to slow down. Without potential, he certainly would not have been able to affect her. Shit, this must be her domain. Stay there. Priam had stolen a tremendous amount of energy from the pillar. He gave almost all that energy to Sphinx, throwing her to the ground. Despite her domain resistance, without a back leg to support her, Sphinx crashed to the ground. The colossal amount of energy used by Priam had managed to overcome Sphinx's resistance. LVL up, erosion resistance, LVL 9. Meta, end, +3. Const, +2. Pop -5. The pillar slammed into them like an asteroid into the Cretaceous era. Priam waited until the last moment, ensuring Sphinx was crushed. As the pillar was upon them, Priam mustered all his remaining energy to throw the remains of his body out of the cataclysm's way. He had no desire to be resurrected under thousands of tons of stone. Just as he was about to leave the pillar's shadow, he was knocked to the ground by a paw. His head slammed to the ground on its side. Black dots appeared in his field of vision, and he had just enough time to see Sphinx beginning to roar with defiance at the crumbling mountain. The Dome Lord had taken her revenge. As the light disappeared, the pillar hit, and the world shook. Image status, average value for a Homo sapiens male before integration, PHY 10/men 10/meta 0. Physical. Strength 86. Constitution 117. Agility 126. Vitality 164. Perception 196. Mental. Vivacity 143. Dexterity 132. Memory 36. Willpower 76. Charisma 98. Meta. Meta Affinity 92. Meta Focus 80. Meta Endurance 28. Meta Chance 40. Potential 248. Tier 0. He who eludes death, charge, primed. Tribulation, tribulations are coming. Time, 50 hours, 29 minutes, 49 seconds. Priam opened his eyes briefly, only to close them again a few seconds later. Whether his eyes were open or not, he couldn't see anything. Nor could he hear anything. After the previous hours of battles, the silence was pleasant. Although, with a few moments' concentration, Priam began to hear his heartbeat. Tiny squeaks were also perceptible, coming from rubbing his clothes as he breathed. More than that, Priam now felt a call in a specific direction. He soon realized that his senses had evolved. His perception had finally surpassed 200, and a qualitative evolution could be felt. The smell of dust filled his nose when he concentrated but faded when he decided to. Priam could now smell his enemy's trail, which made him smile. Suddenly, Priam remembered the fight against Sphinx. He tried to take a deep breath before realizing a heavy mass was pressing against his chest. He did a quick checkup. He was alive and in no pain. Nor had Priam experienced the moment of mental floating when his consciousness was torn from his body before being resuscitated. He was almost bewildered by this information. He should have died. A pillar over 200 meters high and more than a meter in diameter had fallen on him. Now that his brain seemed to work correctly, Priam calculated that this represented millions of tons. Even if the entire mass hadn't crashed directly into his body, he should have died, if only because of the shockwave. Perhaps I was protected from the damage by Sphinx's paw? No, something else must have happened. Deciding to ask questions later, Priam tried to push back the mass weighing down on him. He pushed with all his might, without success. A silky texture covered his hands and feet. The material was soft enough to deform without him being able to lift it completely. Priam realized that he was almost certainly trapped under Sphinx's paw. Suddenly, a thought crossed Priam's mind. I can feel my feet? His spine had been severely damaged by Sphinx. Only death or a miracle could have healed him quickly. But he hadn't died, so all that remained was a miracle. Priam didn't believe in miracles except those he caused himself. He quickly opened his notifications to understand what had happened to him. You have consumed a diluted Phoenix tear. Synergies detected with Humanity Adapts, Axolotl or Hydra, and Pseudo-Phoenix. The Phoenix tear fully regenerated your body. Your titles and talents have strengthened your body. STR plus 10. AGI plus 5. Const plus 32. VIT plus 20. Perk plus 17. Diva plus 5. Meta, End, plus 15. Heartless, Brainless, and Axolotl or Hydra are ready for evolution. Please find a catalyst for their evolution or spend your potential. Pseudo-Phoenix is ready for evolution. Presence of a catalyst detected. Use Tear of a Phoenix of the Depths, or Potential, 1876, to trigger evolution? Not now. 1876 points of potential. I haven't been conned like that since my parents made me believe in Santa Claus. Evolution postponed. New title, Admirer of Atlas, Bronze. Admirer of Atlas, Bronze, the Titan Atlas held up the world. You didn't bend the knee in the face of death or a few million tons of rock. You failed to sustain your burden, but as a tier 0, your effort was significant enough to grant you this title. Keep pushing your limits, one day, you'll have the strength to break your chains. STR, plus 10%. LVL up, Erosion Resistance, LVL 10, 11, 12, 13. Meta, End, plus 12. LVL up, Blunt Resistance, LVL 11, 17. Const, plus 7. An attribute greater than 200 points has been detected. A tribulation is on its way. Warning, if 3 attributes exceed 200 points or 12 attributes exceed 100 points, a tribulation will occur. Tribulations are coming. Time, 50 hours 20 minutes, 27 seconds. The pillar's fall must have shattered the tear in Priam's mouth. It had pulled him from the clutches of death. Priam was almost disappointed not to have received a title for his attribute. Rereading the end of his notifications, he theorized that attributes must surely be validated by a tribulation. Otherwise, the child of a god could have gorged himself on elixirs to increase his attributes and then earn titles congratulating him on drinking phoenix compote or dragon syrup. However, no one could fool the system. If the divine child didn't control his power, the tribulations would destroy him. The young man hesitated to trigger an evolution with the corrupted tear. He remembered the system's warning. This tear tainted by the depths allows influencing the consciousness of a phoenix. Its consumption promises a rebirth. Beware, when consumed, the influence of the depths will arise to corrupt the surrounding environment. Corrupting the environment wasn't a problem for Priam, although he'd always been careful to sort his waste before the apocalypse. But he didn't want to be corrupted himself. I need to find out more about the depths. Priam then examined his various gains. He was much more physically resistant, but was especially eager to improve his physical resistance. A qualitative evolution would undoubtedly help him to face other Viscounts and Counts. Sphinx was first on the list, but Priam intended to squeeze the Moon and Reunion out of all they had to offer before attempting the 50th wave. Before returning to Elysium. Because if Priam knew anything, it was that Arnold and the other rivals must be training right now. Suddenly, eidetic memory and his vivacity alerted him to something crucial. Where's my title? I should be Lord of the Dome. Or Viscount, at the very least. Don't tell me. Priam instantly tried to sit up, without success. He grimaced. If he was right, he had yet to deliver the coup de grace to Sphinx. Watching the timer of the approaching tribulation, he had been unconscious for about 9 minutes. This was undoubtedly the time needed for the tear to repair and modify his body. His attributes had been incredibly boosted, and the synergy between his various merits, titles, talents, and the tear had been formidable. So formidable that Priam was now on the verge of a 4th tribulation. The title to withstand a triple tribulation is bound to be incredible. He tried to convince himself. I just have to survive. Priam sighed. He was between a rock and a hard place, and he knew it. Saving his family and himself required him to become as strong as possible in the shortest possible time. But rushing things was a surefire way to get annihilated by a tribulation. Or several. He was running ahead of an accelerating avalanche. The only way to stay alive was to run faster and faster. But how much faster could he go? However, Priam had chosen his path. He preferred to go all out. Since the beginning of humankind, men and women have chosen to die on their feet rather than live in chains. It was a tough decision, but it was easier to stick to it once made. Priam's eyes were hard. He would live on his feet, eluding death. Right now, to become more powerful, he had to kill Sphinx. Priam materialized as mist, which filled the available space. After a few seconds, the fog saturated the area before finding an exit. Priam had to wait another minute until his mist had taken up enough space outside to ride it. He reappeared in the throne room and contemplated a desolate sight. The pillar had fallen to the ground and shattered into several pieces larger than school buses. Most had hit the ground hard enough to break into even smaller pieces. Fortunately, the impact had not resulted in a domino effect, and the remaining pillars still supported the vault. Priam wondered for a moment. If the spatially augmented palace collapsed, how would the interior behave? Better not to test it. Although it might give me some spatial resistance, muttered Priam. He quickly turned his attention back to Sphinx. The creature didn't seem to be breathing, and for good reason, the pillar had crushed her torso. Most of her body lay under the rubble. Only her head remained intact, and Priam winced. If Sphinx devoured part of her body with each lost riddle, how would she eat her own head? She wouldn't. Answering riddles correctly could only take her interlocutor so far. In the end, you had to get your hands dirty. Brain and brawn were needed to win this fight. And he had to win before Sphinx woke up. Priam began looking for his spear. He couldn't see himself swimming through the monster's carotid artery and digging out her brain by hand to triumph. Looking at the disaster caused by the falling pillar, he sighed for a second. Anyone who had ever searched for a spear in the debris of millions of tons of stone knew it was more painful than finding a needle in a haystack. Well, as Priam was the first human to search for a magic spear stuck under rocks, perhaps he wasn't exactly objective. 3 seconds after rolling up virtually his sleeves, before he'd even started looking, Priam stopped. He'd always been a bit lazy, but relied on his brain to get him out of sticky situations. Work smart, not hard. He closed his eyes and concentrated on bound weapon. A few moments later, he turned slightly to his left and took a few steps forward before clearing some chunks of stone. His spear was close by, and Priam quickly retrieved it. As soon as he touched it, the young man noticed it had changed. He admired it for a few moments, seeing the fiery-colored lines that now ran across the weapon. Priam wasn't sure whether this was due to the tear or his titles, but the bound spear was evolving with him. Moreover, Priam instantly noticed that his weapon was as good as new. If the shock had damaged it, the tear and their link had repaired it. Maybe, Axolotl or Hydra has made it more robust? I'll have to run some tests. Priam smiled as he moved quickly towards Sphinx. Sphinx's head was enormous when seen from afar and titanic seen up close. Gravity would normally have prohibited this kind of biology. Some dinosaurs had died of gigantism, and this was what should have happened to Sphinx. No organic tissue could support the creature's weight. The pressure required to send blood through the beast's entire body should have burst her vessels. But there she was, alive despite the absence of heart and lungs, proof of the miracles of the system and the seven concepts. Priam circled Sphinx quickly. He winced as he saw a long piece of the pillar crushing the beast from the base of her neck to her rump. He had initially intended to pierce Sphinx's skull from behind. However, her abundant mane prevented him from carrying out this plan. Priam circled Sphinx's head a second time. He hesitated between attacking the boss's eye or her ears. He had already damaged one of the creature's eyes, and the wound hadn't fully healed yet. Sphinx had apparently prioritized her constitution over her vitality. Or perhaps it was slower to heal a beast weighing thousands of tons than a human weighing less than 100 kilograms. However, Sphinx's eye hadn't exploded despite his first destructive attack, so it wasn't precisely a weak point. Priam finally chose the ear. If Sphinx were to wake up, her domain would prevent close-range attacks. At greater distances, Sphinx would have time to see his attack coming and counter it by swallowing the spear, for example. Priam only had one spear, and if he lost it, he wouldn't wait 2 days in the ducal palace for the Lord of the Dome to decide to go to the toilet. Imagining himself rummaging through 2 cubic meters of dung to find his spear, Priam shivered. Priam looked at Sphinx's ear. It was so big that a 4-year-old child could have slipped inside. Looking at the crushed neck, he decided that Sphinx wouldn't have the necessary range of movement to attack him if he positioned himself aside. Priam chose a piece of a broken pillar a few dozen meters from Sphinx to prepare for battle. At this distance, he could observe and attack his opponent while still being far enough away to hope to dodge possible wind attacks by hiding behind the pillar. Moreover, without turning her head, Sphinx would have no way of seeing him. Summoning his mist and raising his spear, Priam began to build up kinetic charges. He aimed to send his weapon into the ear canal, to pierce the eardrum and everything behind it. It was time to end the fight. Like an Olympic champion, he hurled his spear toward the gigantic ear. The weapon swallowed the distance between the two adversaries and penetrated the orifice, guided by Priam's mist. Priam heard a thud and saw Sphinx's head move under the brutality of the blow. A second later, he sighed and called up his weapon. He'd had no notification from the system. Sphinx opened her mouth, but Priam didn't bother to plug his ears. Without lungs, the boss could no longer roar. A disjointed sound faintly escaped Sphinx's lips before fading away. Priam began to accumulate kinetic charges again. The monster's constitution was terrifying, but she'd lose the fight if she couldn't defend herself. Priam had no intention of leaving the throne room before he was crowned. He was even prepared to bring down the rest of the palace if he had to. As Priam prepared to attack again, he heard a tired voice directly in his head. "You're hard to kill, human," she declared. Priam paused for a quarter of a second before resuming. If Sphinx could speak, she could pose a riddle. Now that she had nothing to lose, Priam had no interest in answering. The spear flew off very quickly. Sphinx shook her head at the last moment, and the spear struck her cheek, cutting it slightly. The flesh didn't bleed, which was to be expected, given that the boss's heart had been destroyed. Priam tried to call up his spear again, but it remained inert. Sphinx's domain had returned. Priam gritted his teeth. Without his spear, it would be difficult to defeat the boss. He'd have to crash another pillar into Sphinx, and he'd have to spend his potential and potentially a life to ensure the result. Even then, Sphinx had withstood the fall of the first pillar. By spending her potential, she would withstand the second's fall. Wincing, Priam massaged his forehead, pondering a stratagem. There had to be a way to win, he just had to find out what it was. Sphinx's voice was heard again. "You can't kill me, human. My wounds are stimulating my bloodline right now, which increases my vitality. I'll be healed quickly and stronger than before. You can be proud of yourself, Priam. Despite your low extraction, you managed to earn a draw against a superior species." "That's a victory in itself," declared Sphinx. I won't lose, shouted Priam in anger. This is just a game to you. Your riddles, this fight, you don't take me seriously. But I need this victory, he articulated, breathless. Priam knew he was behaving like a spoiled child, asking for a victory he didn't earn. But without this victory, he would lose his momentum. Instinctively, he knew he wouldn't finish the 50th wave and lose his family. Under the pressure of failure and sadness, he would lose motivation before dying in Elysium, killed by a rabbit or some other ridiculous monster. You're smart. Face the truth. You have no way of defeating me in combat. You have no domain, no attack powerful enough to break through my defenses, and no riddle hard enough to ask me, said Sphinx. Priam raised his head. What do you mean? Karma created me. I ask riddles and punish the losers. But those who ask riddles have to answer them too. If I can't answer one of your riddles, I'll die, explained Sphinx, closing her eyes. Priam squinted, smelling a trap. Why would Sphinx reveal her weak point? Either it wasn't true, and failing to answer a riddle wouldn't affect her. Or it was true, but she didn't think she could lose. Which, given her arrogance, was entirely possible. But Sphinx had planted hope in him. He had to win, and at last, there was a possibility. In any case, he had nothing to lose by trying. Except one life, if she succeeded. But then, that would mean this power would be real, so she could die too. Priam had made up his mind. At worst, he'd die gaining new resistance. All he needed was an impossible riddle to solve. Eidetic memory reminded Priam of the unsolvable mathematical problems and paradoxes he knew. I hope you like Millennium Prize problems. The rubble covering Sphinx's body began to shake as Priam pondered. She was healing, and time was running out. The draw proposal would no longer hold when Sphinx was free. I've got a riddle for you, Priam announced. I hope you know the solution, human. I love riddles, so let me warn you. Asking me a riddle that's paradoxical or for which you don't know the solution would result in a punishment, she warned. I'm a good player, Priam cleared his throat. She could be lying, but Priam didn't want to bet on it. There must have been some very complex mathematical problems, but Priam had never read their solution. He was a physicist and a chemist. He applied mathematics, but didn't play with it. A complex riddle that takes time to solve. I know. Here's a simple puzzle. There are 5 houses. The Englishman lives in the red house. The Spaniard owns the dog. Coffee is drunk in the greenhouse. The Ukrainian drinks tea. The greenhouse is immediately to the right of the ivory house. You're right. The old gold smoker owns snails. Coals are smoked in the yellow house. Milk is drunk in the middle house. The Norwegian lives in the first house. The man who smokes Chesterfields lives in the house next to the man with the fox. Coals are smoked in the house next to the house where the horse is kept. The Lucky Strike smoker drinks orange juice. The Japanese smokes parliaments. The Norwegian lives next to the blue house. In the interest of clarity, it must be added that each of the 5 houses is painted a different color, and their inhabitants are of different national extractions, own different pets, drink different beverages, and smoke different brands of cigars. Priam took a deep breath. One way or another, it was time to end this fight. Now, who drinks water? Who owns the zebra? You've got 30 seconds, said Priam with a smile. Don't let me down, Einstein. Image status, average value for a Homo sapiens male before integration, PHY 10/men 10/meta 0. Physical. Strength 106. Constitution 156. Agility 131. Vitality 190. Perception 217. Mental. Vivacity 148. Dexterity 132. Memory 36. Willpower 76. Charisma 98. Meta. Meta affinity 92. Meta focus 80. Meta endurance 55. Meta chance 40. Potential 267. Tier 0. He who eludes death, load, primed. Tribulation, tribulations are coming. Time, 50 hours 10 minutes, 37 seconds. Now, who drinks water? Who owns the zebra? You've got 30 seconds. Priam's body came to a complete stop and the debris covering Sphinx stopped shaking. Sphinx's power worked both ways. Seconds began to tick away as Sphinx searched for the solution to the riddle. Before the apocalypse, Priam had succeeded in solving the riddle. The trick was to create a picture. For example, the Norwegian lived in the first house, next to the blue house. Hence, the second house was blue. Writing down the answers as you went along made it easy to find the solution. However, Priam was betting that Sphinx would be paralyzed and, therefore, unable to use a table. The mythological creature's physical capabilities were titanic, so logically, her mental abilities, such as vivacity and memory, must have been relatively weak. Finally, the riddle was designed to take a long time to solve. 30 seconds wasn't enough. The Norwegian drinks water and the Japanese owns the zebra, announced Sphinx. Priam opened his eyes wide, mouth agape. It couldn't be. No more than 6 seconds had passed. Sphinx smiled as she saw Priam's face. Riddles are my specialty. Even so, it took me almost 7 seconds to solve it. It's an excellent riddle and I'm glad I heard it, she says. Priam's body began to tremble. The price of defeat showed, an invisible vice was closing in on him. Sphinx continued. You're going to die, Priam, but I want to thank you. That masterful fight made me realize I shouldn't underestimate my opponents. Concluding on a riddle is very pleasant. I'll remember my promise. May we become friends in the next life, Sphinx said before pausing. Any last words? The vice stopped crushing Priam. Despair disappeared along with it. He had lost and this news almost soothed him. After all the pressure he'd built up over the last few days, he'd still lost. There was a kind of relief in defeat. He no longer had to be perfect, he never was. He remembered a phrase his dad repeated when he was a little boy. The important thing is not to win, son. The important thing is never to give up and always to progress. He would do better tomorrow than today. He had to survive to do that, which was undoubtedly his specialty. The ball of stress he had been harboring in the pit of his stomach since the start of the reunion disappeared. Priam decided he would do his best. His family wouldn't ask any more of him. I don't have much to say, Sphinx. You've learned from this fight and so have I. You underestimated me and I made the mistake of underestimating you too. I knew it was a trap, but I believed modern knowledge would be enough to defeat you. You specialize in riddles, and I was a fool to fight on your turf. It's a good lesson, declared Priam. His brain was already thinking about what to do next. After a defeat, it was better to get up quickly. For him, death wasn't the end. I hope you keep your promise. I could use a friend like you in my next lives. Sphinx nodded and returned Priam's smile. Now that the fight was over and he was going to die, there was no need for her to be so solemn. The majestic veneer was gone and her honest smile was bright. Wise words, Priam. A creature like me is not meant to have friends in this world, but I'll be happy to be yours in the next. May your next life be epic, she wished. Priam nodded. The vice tightened again as Priam closed his eyes. The pain was coming fast, but he refused to scream. Sphinx's friendship could be crucial in the next few days, and every friendship had a dose of respect. If there was a noble way to die, Priam wanted to find it. The pain increased slowly but surely. Priam's bones ached, his muscles compressed and his eyes squeezed back into their sockets. Soon, his eardrums burst, then his brain began to be compressed. His various organs were oppressed and his heart struggled to beat. Priam tried to think of something else to keep from screaming, but death was never more pleasant the 9th time than the 8 times before. I really need to find gentle ways to die. Without, brainless, Priam would already have lost consciousness. For once, he wouldn't have minded as the pain was unbearable. The force pressing down on him seemed omnidirectional. It brought every cell in his body closer to his center of mass as if a black hole had appeared in his abdomen. You have gained the skill, gravity resistance rare. Gravity resistance. Gravity is one of the fundamental interactions responsible for the attraction of massive bodies. That's probably why your massive ego attracts so much trouble. Stop triggering tribulations. The architecture of your cells changes to better resist the effects of strong gravity. Your body becomes more elastic. Be careful, too much gravity may lead to the grave. Const +3. New title, Veteran Bronze. Veteran Bronze, you have acquired 10 different types of resistance. You've fought many enemies. the elements, weapons, magic and even the laws of the universe have left their mark on you. You have bled and hardened. Your path is full of suffering, but you persevere. Your resistances now increase in levels more rapidly. You can acquire new resistances more easily. Const plus 10%. The notification was the last thing Priam saw before his mind sank into darkness. Image: congratulations, you are dead. Your talent, He Who Eludes Death, brings you back to life once a day. Number of deaths, 9. Synergy detected with your talent, Humanity Adapts, and your title, Axolotl or Hydra? Your body is rebuilt and will be more resistant to what killed it. Vit plus 10. Const plus 8. Synergy detected with Veteran. You have gained the skill, Consequence Resistance Epic. Consequence Resistance, you have lost to a karma user. Contracts are not something to be signed lightly. Remember that every action has a consequence. As your personal karma begins to flow, consequences have less of a hold on it. If there's a price to pay, you now enjoy a discount. Char plus 3. Meta, Chance, plus 6. LVL up, Gravity Resistance, LVL 2, 3, 4. Const, plus 9. He Who Eludes Death, Charge, OFF. Reloaded in 21 hours, 29 minutes and 18 seconds. Tribulation, tribulations are coming. Time, 49 hours, 59 minutes, 12 seconds. Image: I have to be very careful with my constitution. Priam's eyes opened slowly. Moments later, a smile appeared on his face. His last stand was proving incredibly useful. He'd lost to Sphinx, but his instincts told him it was worth it. It was an eventuality he had foreseen from the start, for which he had prepared himself. Priam wasn't arrogant enough not to contemplate defeat. As in many games, the important thing was to win in the end. If losing a battle meant winning a war, Priam was prepared to sacrifice many lives. Sphinx had a wealth of knowledge about the domains, at least, and befriending her would help. Priam was not yet strong enough to do without the help of others. Straightening up quickly, Priam looked around. His resurrection had lasted no more than 7 minutes, and Sphinx was still there. She had pulled herself out of the rubble and closed her eyes to concentrate on her regeneration. Her wounds were certainly serious, but they were gradually disappearing. Even her limbs were slowly starting to grow back. Even IRL, a boss's life is truly ridiculous. I wonder if she has a second phase? The boss hadn't realized Priam had resurrected, but he wasn't planning to attack her. If losing a riddle had killed him so easily, then perjuring himself would kill him too. Perhaps his new resistance would allow him to get away, using his new synergies and potential to the fullest, but somehow Priam doubted it. He remembered his oath. May that death erase any ill will one may have for the other and allow us to befriend each other in the next life. In absolute terms, the oath did not forbid Priam to attack Sphinx. After all, he hadn't held a grudge against Sphinx the first time he tried to kill her. But now they were supposed to befriend each other. Of course, some men might stick a knife in their friend's back if honor or their family's safety demanded it. Others might do it for a few dollars, but friendship was a vague concept for them. Priam, however, was not a man who took it lightly. He had been too patient with Claire because he believed in a budding friendship. Before the apocalypse, he was the kind of person who would take in a friend for a few weeks to tide them over. He had few friends, but shared a unique and strong relationship with all of them. He would never attack Sphinx in a moment of distress for material reward. If he did that, it meant he didn't consider her a possible friend. He would break his oath and die for it. If karma were to witness their friendship, Priam would keep his promise. Priam stood up and walked towards Sphinx. He stopped a few meters from her and cleared his throat. "Hey. My new life starting sooner than expected," he said shyly. He'd tricked her and hoped she wouldn't hold it against him. Sphinx opened one eye and stepped back hurriedly. Priam laughed as Sphinx looked like a frightened kitten. How," she stammered after a few seconds. Priam shrugged. Let's say the movie of my life could be called The Many Lives of Priam. Sphinx lay back on the ground. Her wounds were severe and she hadn't finished healing. "You knew it all along," she murmured. "Yes," confirmed Priam. A friendship couldn't be built on a lie. Without knowing how karma would interpret his promise, he preferred to do his utmost to treat Sphinx as a true friend. Sphinx remained silent for a few seconds before nodding slowly. "Okay. My first friend has to be smart, whether it's solving my riddles or in life, she said before continuing softly. I've never had a friend, so I'm unsure what to do. Should we continue the fight? Priam smiled gently. Now that the veil of solemnity had fallen, Sphinx reminded him of a child. She was only a few days old and certainly needed someone honest to guide her. No, friends don't fight to the death. They can fight to practice, but you're in no condition right now, so rest up. For now. Friends help each other, Priam said, pointing at Sphinx and then himself. I want to become strong enough to survive my triple tribulation and beat the 50th wave of the Colosseum before the end of the week. And you, what do you want to do? He asked. Sphinx remained silent for a few seconds before replying. I'm not sure. I suppose I want to become a queen? Her voice was almost interrogative at the end, and Priam understood that she had no goal other than the one the concept set when she was created. He shook his head gently. The first thing to do is to know what you really want. You need to live, not just survive. Make friends, read books, and explore the world. Even if you want to become a queen, it'll be easier by exploring the world and facing difficulties than by staying here, in this palace. Sphinx's eyes sparkled with curiosity, and Priam thought she looked like a cat. Fortunately, if curiosity killed the cat, the Sphinx survived. You're right, declared Sphinx. Having a purpose seemed to have boosted her. She tried to stand up, but her body collapsed again. Priam raised his hand to reassure her. There's no hurry, he lied. I've got to go and talk to a man to maybe find my family, but I'll be back soon. Until then, try to heal. Sphinx pouted. But I don't want to stay here alone. You said friends should help each other, and here I'm useless. You're not. I need you to be fit enough to talk with me. While you're waiting for me, you can try to think of how to get me to withstand my next triple tribulation. I'll be back in less than an hour, I promise, Priam reassured her as he turned to leave. Sphinx looked like a cat, but he had a feeling that sometimes she'd be as clingy as a dog. Oh, I've got it. It's a pretty simple riddle, Sphinx replied with a yawn. What? How? It was Priam's turn to be surprised. Sphinx laughed. You had a good idea coming to kill me. The titles would have strengthened you, and the palace facilities are perfect for training. But the icing on the cake is that the Lord of a Dome can use the barrier to block part of a tribulation, Sphinx explained. Even a triple tribulation? Asked Priam hopefully. If the dome's barrier could block the appearance of a tribulation outside it, then he had a chance. Of course, it all depended on the nature of the tribulation. Priam had no intention of making friends with every dome lord. Maybe by going to Viracocha, I could kill two birds with one stone. Sphinx burst out laughing. Of course not. But the barrier will buy you time to avoid facing all three tribulations simultaneously. With several lives, powerful titles, and following my training, you'll have a chance, she encouraged him. Several lives? I only have 2, Priam clarified. Sphinx paused. I'll take good care of your family if you die, she promised. Image status, average value for a Homo sapiens male before integration, PHY 10/men 10/meta 0. Physical. Strength 106. Constitution 194. Agility 131. Vitality 203. Perception 217. Mental. Vivacity 148. Dexterity 132. Memory 36. Willpower 76. Charisma 101. Meta. Meta affinity 92. Meta focus 80. Meta endurance 55. Meta chance 46. Potential 278. Tier 0. He who eludes death, charge, OFF. Reloaded in 21 minutes 46 seconds. Tribulation, tribulations are coming. Time, 49 hours 51 minutes 40 seconds. Although not grandiose, the building architect had great taste. It looked like it had been carved from a giant block of pink salt, and a few golden scriptures adorned the facade. Concepts hadn't built the building, it wasn't perfect enough. It was, however, too perfect to have been created by mankind. So, even before entering, the visitor knew he wasn't dealing with just any merchant. Priam had no idea how Mercury had been able to transport the edifice, but it seemed that the merchant's supporters in the world of concepts were influential and rich. Whoever had brought this building wanted to impress his customers. Standing before his home, you got a second impression of its owner. The first impression was given by his name. Mercury, the god of contracts, trade, and thieves. During the tutorial, the system asked the user for their name. A name chosen by parents or society was of no interest to concepts. Your name was a choice that indicated your ambitions or imagination. Priam was not his birth name. Just behind him, less than 200 meters away, was the Ducal Palace. Mercury was the only merchant to have succeeded in constructing a building in the central square of the dome. The residences near the palace were closed to the public, but Mercury had circumvented the ban. It was this kind of detail that showed the man's true power. He checked that his new hood was up. Sphinx had insisted on giving him new clothes, his old ones had been destroyed during the fight. Dressed in the dome's colors, black and gold, Priam entered. He wanted to remain discreet, even if he hadn't yet been able to learn mask. To identify him from afar, one would have to see him, and the hood helped to counteract this. As for mask, Sphinx had confirmed that he would die without adequate preparation. Learning a rare skill through planning was not recommended for Tier 0. When he had asked about an epic skill, Sphinx had laughed. Priam entered the building. The lobby was spacious, and a secretary approached him, wearing a polite smile. She didn't seem perturbed by the way the young man protected his anonymity. A professional. "Good afternoon, sir. What can I do for you?" The building didn't display a sign specifying the merchant's name or the business that could be done there. Those who came here knew why. Quite naturally, it was word of mouth that advertised the information merchant. "I've come to see Mercury," Priam announced. "I intend to discuss business with him. Please tell him a baron is here." There was no reason not to be polite to the staff. Priam had no intention of hiding his identity from Mercury. The merchant would find out in the course of their conversation, and if he were as good as TJ had said, then the secretary would hold her tongue. She did indeed seem competent. Priam didn't detect any sign of surprise on her face, and with his perception, he could see the slightest twitch of her facial muscles. "Unless he was already waiting for me." "Of course, Baron. Master Mercury will see you now." "If you'll follow me," she said. A man who knows how to be flexible. That's a good sign. The secretary led him down a short corridor. He arrived at a covered balcony overlooking a small garden and fountain. The building ran around the patio, ensuring privacy and secrecy for conversations. The house was tastefully decorated, with no display of wealth. A man in his 40s, a polite, confident smile on his lips, watched Priam's entrance. He was dressed in an almost modern Roman toga. The quality of the garment immediately indicated that its owner had been successful in business. Priam instantly appreciated Mercury's clear eyes. Mercury stepped forward to shake hands with Priam, a golden bracelet on the wrist. The secretary withdrew silently, leaving the two men to talk alone. "Hello, Baron Priam. Welcome to what I would like to be my modest home. Unfortunately, it's only on loan. For now. We, humans, have received many gifts, haven't we?" Priam smiled at the merchant's introduction. He was eloquent and hadn't wasted a second probing his allegiances. This discussion was already shaping into a battle, reminding him of his talk with Maya, captain of the mercenaries. "Hello, Mercury. Thank you for your welcome and congratulations for your home. Indeed, some have had good luck with generous patrons." "Let's spare the formalities if you don't mind," Priam replied. He preferred a direct and fruitful conversation. Sphinx gave him 2 hours before setting off again while she was preparing his training. "Of course, Priam, the customer is king. Or baron here. An impressive performance, by the way. I was surprised when the announcement was made. It's rare for a civilization to get a champion so quickly." "Let's sit down in the shade if you don't mind," said Mercury, pointing to a small table. The setting was intimate and favorable to secrets. "How about a chat while we eat? The chef is preparing an alibi. It's a kind of game smoked and then marinated in honey and herbs. I still can't decide whether it tastes like meat or fish, but it's delicious." "With pleasure. I always enjoy making culinary discoveries," smiled Priam. Conquering a man's heart often involved his stomach, but Priam had decided to let himself be convinced. Seated around a low table on which a few servants had placed a few appetizers, Priam and Mercury began to chat, probing each other's personalities. The young man knew they'd have some time left before the meal was over, so he wasn't worried about starting negotiations too quickly. They would have plenty of time to discuss more professional matters afterward. The two men took advantage of the aperitif to discuss their lives before the tutorial or the apocalypse, as Mercury called it. Priam was also trying to make a good impression as he was going to ask some sensitive questions. If Mercury didn't think their interests were aligned, he wouldn't answer his questions. For his part, Priam had to be sure of the merchant's seriousness and trustworthiness. Asking for secret information about the system was complicated enough, but he also wanted help finding his family. It would be dramatic if the merchant found them and used them to put pressure on Priam. And so, Priam and Mercury found themselves drinking and sizing each other up. Priam assessed his interlocutor and wondered about the next step in their relationship. Would they become friends, partners, or enemies? When the alibi was served, it was delicious and, poisoned body, didn't seem to react, which was a good omen. The two men began to discuss more serious matters. Mercury looked at the young man in front of him, a genuine smile on his lips, which was quite rare. The Baron's childhood seemed to have been classic. No significant traumas except his parents' divorce. Priam was frank and at peace with his past. He did not seem to have any mental problems, nor was he alienated, tyrannical with the staff or a megalomaniac. In his experience, before the apocalypse, those who approached the pinnacle of their art were often eccentric or even insane. Priam, however, seemed strangely serene. Better still, he kept his feet on the ground. He was strong, of course, but only on a human scale. A tiny scale indeed. Besides, being first wasn't the best position to be in. Breaking the ice for others, exploring new lands, staying ahead, all that was hard. It was much simpler to be number two and follow the example, dodging the mistakes made by the first. Priam was aware of this, but had the right attitude. Rather than looking back, he looked forward. His course led him toward the stars. Toward the monsters that waited for humanity's slightest mistake. Toward the factions waiting in the shadows for the end of the system's protection. All in all, Mercury found humanity's current champion interesting. Possessed of great personal ambition, he had no desire to enslave others. Rather, he wanted to gain power out of curiosity. An infinite world was opening up to mankind, and the new Baron wished to explore it. On these points, Mercury agreed with Maya's analysis. The captain of the mercenaries shared Mercury's gift for analyzing her fellow human beings, and the two had discussed Priam. The champion position was too important to be entrusted to an incompetent or madman. However, they differed on one point. Mercury understood that Priam's family was essential to the young man. Priam's eyes glazed over when he thought of them. He obviously missed his loved ones and their selfless love. Nevertheless, Mercury had sensed something that neither Maya nor Priam had yet noticed. The champion wouldn't be staying with his family for long. This new world was rich in possibilities, waiting to be discovered. Priam vibrated as he spoke of it. Looking at him, Mercury was reminded of the end of his childhood in the countryside, when he had decided to leave his family to seek his fortune in the city. Priam wasn't looking for wealth, he was looking for adventure. He may not have realized it at the moment, telling himself that his worrisome situation prevented him from living quietly. He was lying to himself. Priam wanted to contemplate worlds that no one had trodden before him. This was doubly pleasing to Mercury. The champion of humanity shouldn't be constantly meddling in politics. He should be a figurehead, and Priam would do just fine. Mercury raised his glass. "So, Priam, now that we know each other better, what can I do for you?" he asked. LVL up, negotiation, LVL 16. Perk +1. Diva +1. Char +1. Mercury's face remained impassive, but his brain was running at full speed. If his skill increased this easily, the system must consider the Baron highly influential. First of all, I could use some information. My tribulation is coming up, and I need every push. Eventually, I'd like to buy plants for skills. Finally, I'd like to track down some people who would possibly be in this dome. For payment, I've got cores of monsters and barons. As well as information on the threat the system is talking about. Mercury smiled. He had information, and the Baron had strength. This meeting could turn out to be highly profitable. Mercury finished his sip of wine before answering. Lance 1 inch, you've come to the right person, Priam. I don't say that to boast, but because I'm one of the few humans currently on this moon who not only knows this kind of information but can also share it. Few humans lucky enough to have landed on a world old enough to have explored the system have received information on this subject. Even among those who have sold their souls to factions, he added. Priam finished his meal while listening to the merchant talk. The alibi was genuinely delicious. STR+1. Priam raised an eyebrow at the notification. The meal had increased his strength, and he remembered Maya's remark. Whether it was the cook's skill or the rare ingredients, this was Mercury's way of showing Priam his power. Of course, it also indicated the merchant's respect and care for him. Mercury poured himself a glass of wine to emphasize the effect of his announcement. First, I'd like to reassure you about our possible collaboration. I want to help humanity. However, I'm a merchant and I have to help my faction, Olympus. However, I can and will sell you information cheaper than to traders. But remember, I have to make a profit, he clarified. Mercury was a merchant. Priam wasn't sure what this meant for the system, but non-combatants also had opportunities for advancement. The eighth concept wouldn't necessarily be a warrior. Mercury couldn't sell information at a loss, just as Priam couldn't purposely miss a quest. He wouldn't die, but his progress would be impacted, which could potentially be worse than death. I don't think you're under any faction, Mercury continued. For the system, you support humanity against enemy factions and the threat. With my help, you could remain number one. As you know, in this new universe, strength is everything. If humankind's 10 greatest warriors were the dogs of a slave civilization, it will only be a few years before the entirety of the survivors become slaves. Priam nodded. Only monsters would want that. There are plenty of monsters, Mercury grimaced. Unfortunately, I'm limited. Some pieces of information are unknown to me. Some are too valuable, because you could become too strong with them. I don't know you well enough to take that risk. I'd rather be honest with you, says Mercury. If Priam survived long enough, he'd become powerful enough to give his enemies nightmares. When in doubt, Mercury didn't want any quid pro quo. The two men had finished eating, and Mercury gestured to Priam. If you'll follow me. Mercury stood up and descended an outside staircase into the small garden. The plants and flowers surrounding the small fountain were unknown to Priam. Nevertheless, he squatted down beside a lavender-colored flower that caught his eye. It smelled sweet, like pure winter morning air. Mercury stopped. Misty lavender. Endemic to foggy regions. I suppose some of its cousins will soon bloom on this moon. Beautiful, but it doesn't have enough ether to enhance your characteristics, he explained. Priam looked pensively at the flower. He suspected that even for a merchant as wealthy as Mercury, obtaining a plant that enhanced the characteristics of the person who consumed it was impossible. If by any chance he did, it would be sold, consumed or traded by the merchant, not planted for all to see in a semi-private garden. Mercury was not yet powerful enough to flaunt his fortune this much. But misty lavender intrigued him. He felt a call coming from it and suspected there was more to it than its characteristics. If he had to speculate, his skill, Moon Mist, was reacting. Interesting. The two men continued their stroll, and Mercury resumed. For your tribulation, I have 2 pieces of advice. First, face it alone. They're a test, and if the system thinks you're cheating, you're dead, he warned. Mercury's gaze was severe, and Priam nodded. Secondly, face as many as possible before evolving to Tier 1. Tribulations temper your body, offer titles, potential, and sometimes more. You'll be rewarded beyond your dreams if you triumph over a triple tribulation. But don't be too greedy. A double tribulation at Tier 0 is almost a legend. 3 tribulations. You'll be destroyed. Certainly taking some part of the moon with you. Just try not to die twice. Mercury looked Priam in the eye and the Baron puckered his lips. You seem well informed. Priam wasn't angry. Mercury must have been referring to the tier. He had no way, except perhaps with divination, of knowing Priam's special talent. In any case, Mercury was competent to find this kind of information about him. He needed someone capable to find his family. That's my job, the merchant replied before continuing his walk. Now that we're a little further away from the various spies that populate this house, let's discuss the most important thing. Evolution. The merchant's approach and attitude had not changed. Spies in your own house? Priam raised an eyebrow. I'm not yet powerful enough to execute all the traitors who would serve me wine then, laughed Mercury. It's also easier when I have to pass on bad information to them, he winked. Priam laughed. Mercury was a wily old fox, but he was likable. Image. Status, average value for a Homo sapiens male before integration, PHY10/Men10/Meta 0. Physical. Strength 107. Constitution 194. Agility 131. Vitality 203. Perception 217. Mental. Vivacity 148. Dexterity 132. Memory 36. Willpower 76. Charisma 101. Meta. Meta affinity 92. Meta focus 80. Meta endurance 55. Meta chance 46. Potential 278. Tier 0. He who eludes death, charge, OFF. Reloaded in 19H 7 minutes 9 seconds. Tribulations are coming. Time, 47 hours, 37 minutes 3 seconds. Evolution, then. I assume it's a move to Tier 1? That's right. This is one of the few times the system isn't holding your hand. This choice is crucial. In advanced civilizations, some masters can look at your path and advise you. There are many possibilities, as each individual is unique. Fusion with cores, resources or monsters, cultivation methods, change of species or race, symbiosis, etc. You'll have to find your own way, Mercury replied with a shrug. The two men strolled through a magnificent patio, but Priam focused solely on Mercury's words. You can access Tier 1 at any time. Its first interest is that it pushes back the thresholds of tribulations. The more tribulations you've gone through in Tier 0, the more margin you'll have in Tier 1. There are other advantages to changing tier, but above all, there's a test of the system at the end of an evolution. A high tribulation. Mercury's voice whispered the last words, and Priam felt a mingled respect and awe wash over the merchant. After a few seconds of silence, the two men arrived at a fountain. A servant bowed as he caught sight of Mercury before moving away, and Priam thought that humanity was quick to adapt. Of course, bowing was expected in some countries, but the tutorial had taught most humans the importance of hierarchy in this new world. Never, Priam promised himself. For your tribulations. Continued Mercury, pausing to observe the fish. I can give you a short list of titles and their acquisition method. I'm unaware of many titles, they're closely guarded secrets. In addition, TJ has already given you a list of rare items to borrow. You can trust it. I'm the one who whispered these things in his ear. Mercury winked. Thank you, Mercury. What about my family? Asked Priam. I'll do everything I can. I won't lie, I'm already looking for them, but they're not in this dome. I've asked my men to go through all the domes with a fine-tooth comb. We'll find them, Mercury smiled. Priam turned toward the fountain with an impassive face. He was disappointed that his family wasn't in the dome. He had also noted Mercury's innuendo. The factions knew he was looking for his family, and some were already looking for them to control him. Priam was too powerful to be ignored, but not powerful enough to be absolutely respected. What will it cost me? He finally asked. Mercury was still a merchant. Priam preferred a deal to a gift. He wanted to know the price. I don't want cores, resources, or artifacts. Of course, I may change my mind if you think you have unique resources, but I assume you've already consumed them, Mercury explained. I want you to do something for me. I want you to steal something. I'd also like to see the owner dead, but I predict you'll take care of that anyway. He talks so easily of murder. According to their conversation, Mercury had not been involved with the mafia before the tutorial, and the request surprised Priam. Why do you think he deserves death? Asked Priam cautiously. Theft was less of a problem for him. Priam understood that he wouldn't survive long in this world if he wasn't flexible with his morality. Anatole is the leader of the cult of revenants, Mercury explained with a smile. Priam froze before returning the smile. He'd been busy lately but hadn't forgotten the revenants. Everything seemed to fit together for Priam to visit them. I see you're up for it. He's in Viracocha, but beware, he's extremely dangerous. In his possession is an urn corrupted by the depths. You must know what I'm talking about, since I assume you also stole the corrupted tear, the merchant asked. Priam nodded. The urn will protect you from corruption if you consume the tear of the deep. But its protection applies only to the bearer. Don't swallow it among allies. If you accept, one of my agents will wait for you in Viracocha to retrieve the urn afterward. Priam thought for a second. The merchant wasn't a fighter, but he was undoubtedly a dangerous man. If he refused the offer, he'd have to kill Mercury and anyone else looking for his family. That was impossible, and the deal was honestly rather advantageous for him. Lose a valuable object, the existence of which he didn't even know a few minutes ago, to find his family? Even his greedy side agreed. I accept, he replied as Mercury smiled. Perfect. I propose that we seal our agreement with a contract. My skill will oblige each of us to take responsibility. Does that suit you? Priam wanted to breathe a sigh of relief. Initially, he thought he should trust Mercury. He remained cautious about his decision because, despite his help, Mercury remained a merchant. After the episode with Claire, Priam was suspicious. A contract was precisely what he wanted. You help me find my family and possibly protect them while I join them, and offer me your list of titles. In exchange, I'll bring you the item you want and kill Anatole. Is that it? Priam recapitulated. Exactly, Mercury replied. Then we have a deal, said Priam, extending a hand which Mercury shook. Priam had left the residence a few minutes earlier when a servant approached Mercury. He was still standing in the middle of the patio, staring into the fountain. A triple tribulation was no small matter. We found Claire, reported the servant. Mercury looked away from the pond. Send a message to Maya. I want her alive, he ordered. Whether Priam survived or not, humanity had to win. Image guided by Sphinx, Priam took a corridor to one of the palace's great towers. After a few minutes, they arrived in the palace's training room. It was spacious, probably the size of a soccer field. Entering the rectangular room, Priam was astonished to contemplate the immense infinity of space behind a transparent ceiling. Far above him, in the middle of this black picture, was the earth. Why train here and not in the Colosseum? Asked Priam, stamping his foot on the sand-covered floor. Because the entrance is too small for me, Sphinx replied, moving closer to a pane of glass overlooking a beautiful garden. The walls featured metal plates and glass panes overlooking a lovely sunny garden. That made an excellent reason, and the debate was over instantly. Have you made any progress in reducing your size? Asked Priam. Currently, Sphinx was so imposing that simply moving around in the dome would have created problems. Fortunately, the palace was adapted to her size, as was the portal for Viracocha. Priam planned to find Anatole's urn with Sphinx's help before unleashing his tribulations. An extra tear would be helpful. Mercury had indicated that the cultist leader was dangerous, but Priam refused to believe he could harm Sphinx. His friend was therefore working on a miniaturization skill, so she could follow Priam and infiltrate the cult's lair. Besides, Priam had no intention of hiding Sphinx forever. She would be better accepted by humans and their infrastructure if she wasn't 5 meters tall. I'll be finished before your training's over, announced Sphinx, proudly raising her head. Incredible, you really are the best, Priam congratulated her. He smiled as she gloated, proud of herself. He wanted to pat her on the head, but it was physically complicated right now. During his studies, he had briefly been a teacher and had learned a few things from his contact with children. One of the first was that a child should always be encouraged when they made an effort. Education was a full-time job, requiring many qualities and knowledge that Priam didn't claim to have. But Sphinx was barely 2 days old and she needed him now. Priam intended to do his best. Sphinx finally remembered that they had to train. Enough joking. We don't have much time to train you. This training was a first for Priam. He needed to become more powerful without triggering more tribulations. If he couldn't increase his attributes and therefore his skills, he could still work on his heart supremacies, domain, micro and mastery. It was time to prioritize quality over quantity. What are we going to work on first? Asked Priam. He had barely 2 days to train, steal a few trinkets, and leave for Viracocha. It's up to you, said a voice behind Priam, making him turn around. Beecher had just entered the room, hands clasped behind his back, an enigmatic smile on his face. Hey Beecher, said Priam. Hey Priam, replied Beecher, before turning to Sphinx. A good day to you, oh great Sphinx, Beecher bowed, winking at Priam. Sphinx purred with delight and Priam smiled. Beecher knew how to deal with children. What are you doing here? Asked Priam. Our Dome Lord invited me to supervise your training. Watching weak humans struggling without making it past the 15th wave gets boring pretty quickly, so here I am, said Beecher. Priam didn't see the changeling working in an office, so he wasn't surprised by his answer. Beecher walked over to a window and revealed a table laden with victuals. A few chairs later, a picnic had been prepared by the Colosseum supervisor. Once seated and stuffing his face, Beecher continued. The three heart supremacies are domain, micro, and mastery. Each is subdivided into stages, and no one has reached their final stage. You have affinities with all three supremacies, and I don't want to disrupt your path. So, the choice is yours, Beecher concludes. Can you summarize my affinities? Coughed Priam to hide his embarrassment. The question was deflected because asking for information known to Sphinx, the equivalent of a 2-day-old little girl in a boss body, made him feel ashamed. Beecher looked at him with a sneer and Priam knew he'd been found out. He put down the thing he'd been devouring. You can already project your mind into your mist. This will help you create your domain, a zone where your control is absolute. You'll be able to know what enters it, block your enemy's perception, weaken their skills. That's what I was using to block your pathetic attacks, Sphinx added with a laugh. Priam sighed when he heard this. Sphinx was a child without filter and hadn't said it to be mean. The truth came from children's mouths, and sometimes the truth hurt. Priam wasn't sad, he was aware of their power and talent differences. And the rest? Asked Priam, trying to forget his ego. Micro allows you to use your body to its full potential. Move your body to the nearest hundredth of a millimeter, use exactly the amount of force you want to use, synergize your muscles, etc. If dexterity is the software that allows you to use your body, then micro is your ability to use the functionalities of this software, explained Beecher. I find it less useful than the domain. Priam had never really had a problem with his dexterity. He knew he could use his body better, but it wouldn't save him from a tribulation. You're making a mistake. If the domain is external, micro is internal. At higher levels, you can better use your internal skills and prevent enemies' skills from impacting you. You'd be impressive if you could use kinetic control and micro. For example, you could perfectly control each of your muscles, strengthening your moves and body. There are even more interesting uses, but more on that later. Priam clenched his fist. This was terrible news for him. If the Hoplite warrior had used micro, he wouldn't have been able to launch it with kinetic control. If his future enemies could ignore part of his main weapon, he would have to work on that urgently. Protecting himself or mitigating the effects of skill on his own body, and therefore his mind, thanks to the merit of brainless, seemed paramount. Micro and domain were both useful abilities for both defense and attack. And mastery? Asked Priam. Mastery refers to a weapon, your feet, fists, spear. Mastery of a weapon increases your affinity and harmony with it. It bridges your will, your heart, and the ether. It enables your weapon to perform feats that would otherwise be impossible. For example, you have to use a great deal of energy to pierce a steel plate. With mastery, you could pierce it as if it were wood. At my level, an unenchanted steel plate holds me back no more than air, explained Beecher. Priam picked up a bowl of fruit that looked like blueberries and began to swallow them mechanically. Their tangy taste helped him to think. All three supremacies seem extremely useful. I suppose they're all useful for overcoming my tribulation. Is there anything I can do to evolve one of them quickly? Asked Priam. You could create a domain instantly by evolving your title, Brainless. To do this, there's a simple solution, but it requires your death, Beecher warned after a second's thought. Not now then, refused Priam. I have something else planned for my next death. Beecher nodded. Well, that simplifies things. Micro requires training and time, whereas mastery requires actual combat and time. Micro will strengthen your physical skills and kinetic control, and mastery will strengthen your spear and connection. Priam quickly consulted his status. I mustn't win points in Constitution, or I'll trigger another tribulation. I guess the only good real fight in this dome is against the Viscount under it, Priam asked. Beecher shrugged. I can't answer that kind of question. It's up to you to discover opportunities. But, I would advise against triggering a fourth tribulation. I've only known one warrior who managed a triple tribulation at tier 0, and he's a monster who became a diamond rank mercenary, Beecher explained. The changeling pointed at Priam. Your only advantage is your environment if you become lord of another dome and your special talent for resurrecting. Be careful to time the arrival of the tribulations just before your coronation. It would be a shame to die because you got a title at the wrong time. Priam nodded. He already had a plan to defeat the Lord of Viracocha. Well, I guess we can start Micro's training, he replied, rising to his feet. Priam had another reason for choosing Micro. Training would increase the level of his skill, kinetic control. This one was almost level 20, and if he could improve his technique before the tribulations, he'd have a real chance. Beecher smiled before turning to Sphinx. I'll let you start, he said. Here we go, exclaimed Sphinx, indicating Priam to head for a corner of the room. The Dome Lord was excited and rushed off, kicking up clouds of sand behind her. Careful. Priam began. He quickly found himself covered in sand under Beecher's hilarious gaze and had to spit out the sand that had found its way into his mouth. Looking up, he saw Sphinx happily waiting for him. She was too cute for him to scold her, and Priam laughed before joining her. Moments later, Priam was sitting cross-legged on the floor. Where do we start? He asked. At the beginning, exclaimed Sphinx, pressing the buttons on a console that had just emerged from the floor. Seconds later, a bubble appeared around Priam. I am free for the taking through all of your life, though given but once at birth. I am less than nothing in weight, but will fell the strongest of you if held. You have 5 minutes. Image status, average value for a Homo sapiens male before integration, PHY 10/men 10/meta 0. Physical. Strength 107. Constitution 194. Agility 131. Vitality 203. Perception 217. Mental. Vivacity 148. Dexterity 132. Memory 36. Willpower 76. Charisma 101. Meta. Meta affinity 92. Meta focus 80. Meta endurance 55. Meta chance 46. Potential 278. Tier 0. He who eludes death, charge, OFF. Reloaded in 18H, 24 minutes 40 seconds. Tribulations are coming. Time, 46 hours, 54 minutes, 34 seconds. Sphinx had not used her skill and Priam could concentrate on the riddle without risking his life. The answer was breathing. In the first few seconds, Priam realized that the bubble let in light but not air. The gas inside had been replaced, preventing Priam from taking another breath. He would have to make do with the oxygen already in his system. The average human takes 12 breaths a minute. Apnea means cutting off the oxygen supply and gradually building up carbon dioxide in the body. Its concentration quickly became toxic, and the brain sent a signal to resume breathing. Out of the water. The average adult male could not faint just by holding his breath, the survival instinct was too strong. If Sphinx had given him 5 minutes, it wasn't to find the answer to the riddle. Priam had to hold his breath during this time. He was confident it wasn't attempted murder. Sphinx didn't need this kind of stratagem to defeat him. He closed his eyes to concentrate as Beecher's voice rang out. For a normal human, before the concepts kidnapped you, 2 biological rhythms were vital and automatic, breath and heartbeat. Your brain constantly sends orders to your body, most of them automatically. To unlock Micro's first stage, you'll need to regain control. You have to control your body consciously, explained Beecher. During his explanation, the changeling had sat down behind Priam, conjuring up another chair and then a pack of biscuits. The supervisor began to eat, watching Priam. Sphinx squinted at the nonchalant attitude of her chosen trainer. Beecher soon realized his mistake. Cleverly, he offered the young lord a giant pack of biscuits. The diversion worked and Sphinx succumbed to the allure of a consumer society. Beecher smiled before turning his attention back to Priam. It's more painful than letting your brain take care of everything automatically, but it's also necessary. If you can control all your body's reactions, a whole new world will open up. You'll be able to influence your heart rate, increase the energy allocated to your digestive system to absorb nutrients faster, improve your regeneration speed, use your eyes like binoculars or magnifying glasses, etc., he enumerated. In short, you'll be able to make the most of your physical attributes. Priam, eyes closed and sitting cross-legged, struggled not to let out a breath. Beecher's explanation was tantalizing, and he wanted to unlock Micro quickly. The aim of the exercise was to fight his survival reflexes, spot them, and then. What should I do next? With his impressive vivacity 148, it was usually easy for him to understand the meaning of an exercise. But Priam couldn't see the point. The relationship between his survival reflexes and control of his body was confusing. Soon, another problem appeared. As Priam concentrated on his body and how it felt, he noticed his concentration wavering. This training session was a rare moment since the beginning of the reunion. It was the first time Priam could genuinely concentrate on himself without using his potential. Unfortunately, finding no further clues to pursue his thoughts, they began to wander. His vivacity searched for answers to different subjects, and eidetic memory wasn't helping. His talent offered him 1,001 questions that he had never answered before. With his new abilities, he had a chance to find answers. Unfortunately, none had anything to do with his training. After a minute, Priam was no longer concentrating on holding his breath and let out a gulp of air. He instantly opened his eyes, realizing his mistake, but it was too late. His empty lungs tried to fill as his survival reflex ordered Priam to breathe. The gas in the bubble remained static and Priam began to choke, inflating his lungs without any fluid entering them. As he panicked, the bubble disappeared. Priam collapsed to the ground, hyperventilating. His body and brain needed oxygen, and his lungs complied. Of course, he was used to death and danger, but the animal part of his brain remained terrified. His vitality took over, and the precious oxygen flowing back into his lungs fed his body. A minute later, as Priam slowly came to his senses, Beecher spoke again. Sorry for this painful exercise. You come from a species unknown to me, and I had to understand some things. Nevertheless, we've learned a lot. What do you think? The overseer asked calmly. Priam turned to him, catching his breath. He didn't blame the changeling. He wanted to survive his tribulations and knew Beecher was his best chance. Priam took one last deep breath to calm himself before answering. Without potential, it's hard for me to control my thoughts for long. My brain needs to think. Finding a better way to use my skills, reviewing my previous battles, speculating on my tribulations. I just can't stay focused, Priam confessed. He was ashamed and disappointed in himself. His characteristics made him a Superman, yet he couldn't keep his attention for more than a minute. Beecher nodded, tossed a cake into his mouth and swallowed before resuming. Why's that? He questioned, smiling. Priam took a few seconds to think. Now that he had a concrete problem on which to throw his intelligence and logic, his vivacity was once again a powerful weapon. After 2 seconds, Priam clapped his hands. My mental attributes are not balanced, he explained in understanding. Beecher smiled and motioned for him to continue his thought. If I had 1,000 points in strength and agility, but only 100 points in constitution, I'd just maim myself by moving too fast. Mentally, it's the same. Vivacity gives me enormous computing power, but without memory to store my deductions and willpower to focus, I can't fully exploit my attributes, Priam concluded. His brain had so much energy that he always wanted to think. Priam couldn't concentrate on the same subject because his vivacity was twice as great as his willpower. Beecher applauded politely. Give or take a few details, you're right. Except with geniuses, this kind of imbalance is normal. Fortunately, there are solutions. For example, you overcame this difficulty by choosing eidetic memory as your reward on Wave 20 of the Colosseum. Your memory attribute is so low that it pains me, but it doesn't bother you right now. Beecher stood up and walked over to a window. Priam could see the ducal garden, but behind its walls lay the dome and its inhabitants. Beecher pointed to the wall. Some people look for skills, traits, or titles to compensate for their shortcomings. However, with your current talent and resources, you can and should rapidly increase your attributes. Some, like charisma, are not yet important but are a weakness. If a tribulation exploited this weakness, you'd die, says Beecher, before turning back to Priam, snacks in hand. Priam nodded to show he understood. He couldn't be the best everywhere, but had unleashed a triple tribulation. If Beecher, Mercury, and Maya were correct, which seemed likely, every weakness would cost him a life. Unacceptable. Which brings me to Micro. A heavy pressure appeared and Priam's eyes widened in astonishment. Beecher was simply looking at Priam, breathing. It seemed harmless, but Priam immediately understood that the changeling was revealing some part of his power. A current of air was created under the powerful suction of Beecher's lungs. The flow increased and Priam soon began to have difficulty breathing. All the air in the room seemed to be sucked into Beecher's single breath, and Priam had no time to seek refuge behind Sphinx before Beecher opened his mouth. He clicked his tongue and a white marble instantly flew across the room. A fraction of a second later, the marble reached the back of the training room before striking a pane of glass. The glass shook on impact and the fluid in the marble was released. A gust of wind worthy of the greatest hurricanes struck Priam in the back before he could brace himself, throwing him violently forward. Sphinx caught him just before he hit the glass. Stunned, Priam took a few seconds to get up before thanking Sphinx. "You're so light," Sphinx giggled before swallowing a new pack of biscuits. Packaging included. Priam almost explained to Sphinx that swallowing the package was unnecessary, but changed his mind. There was no nearby garbage can, and it was unlikely to provoke stomachaches to a monster capable of withstanding the fall of 1,000,000 tons of rock. Shaking his head, he refocused on Beecher. The changeling hadn't even attacked him. What a monster. Priam swallowed, thinking about the overseer who had created a terrifying attack just by inhaling. Seeing Priam concentrating without getting upset, Beecher smiled and explained. "I just used micro to breathe. I partially inflated my lungs, otherwise the attack would have destroyed the castle. Voluntarily, I deactivated my passive skills and titles. You've just seen the effect of thousands of force points put to good use. In concrete terms, the first micro stage will at least double the effectiveness of all your abilities." Beecher pointed to his head. "I'm not just talking about your physical abilities. Micro will help you perfectly control every nerve, muscle, and tendon. But above all, it will help you control your head," he stressed. Beecher walked over to Priam and placed a hand on his abdomen. "Your heart rate is erratic and the shockwave has frightened you," he announced. "When you felt my aura increase, you released adrenaline to focus on the danger. It's useful for forgetting pain and fear, but it disturbs your thoughts. You're letting yourself be manipulated by the drugs distilled by your brain. I'll leave you to imagine what could happen against an opponent who would take advantage of this weakness," warned Beecher. Priam pondered the changeling's words. He wasn't lacking in imagination. "Mental manipulation," Priam murmured. Beecher nodded. "An enemy with a skill that enables me to produce adrenaline might induce me to attack him without thinking. Worse, if someone could convince my brain to produce oxytocin, I'd fall in love. In the long run, this would be devastating for my mental health and ambitions." "It's indeed a possibility," confirmed the changeling. "Micro is unlocked by stages. Its third stage will help you control this kind of thing better and synergize with your resistances. For now, you need to reach the first stage. Mastery of your nerve impulses, to control your muscles." "Look at your hands," Beecher said, dipping into his packet of sweets. Priam looked at his hands briefly, then closed and reopened them. Evolution has given man great control over the different parts of his body. Now that Priam had to relearn how to control his body, he felt a new respect for life and its miracles. In his hand alone, 3 main nerves subdivided to control it. Opposable thumbs have allowed humanity to conquer your planet using tools. But one of the first tools you have is your body. You must control it. You must dominate it. You must be its master. Supremacy over your body, that's what micro is all about, explained Beecher. Priam nodded. "I understand the point of the supremacy. But how I can unlock this kind of thing? If all it took to unlock micro was apnea, the Olympic swimmers would have dominated the world. Sorry, your civilization indeed comes from a very ether-poor region. I should have considered that," Beecher apologized. "Without significant mental attributes, it's almost impossible to unlock micro. When your mental attributes exceed 100, certain qualitative changes occur. Dexterity allows you to take control of your brain and will enable you to simultaneously control the 43 pairs of nerves your body houses," Beecher explained. "The higher stages of micro exist thanks to the ether, but we're not there yet." Thoughtful, Priam stepped forward to pick a candy, but Beecher put the package out of his reach, with a smile. "These are winter sweets. You'll have to earn them." Beecher winked. Priam was speechless for an instant before refocusing. "Okay, but practically speaking?" he asked. To understand how your brain orders your body, it's best to immerse yourself in a stressful situation and force your brain to send out strong commands. Apply yourself to feeling and sensing your body. When your brain panics because of the lack of oxygen, it will send commands to force you to breathe. Block it. Then trace this command back to its source, your primal instinct. If you can identify your primal consciousness, you can try to dominate it. From there, we can work, Beecher encouraged. What about my will? Asked Priam. Beecher laughed. That's the second objective of this training. Your will is a muscle. You must use it, polish it, tame it. It's yours to use. You need will to use micro, and micro will help you control that will by fusing it with ether. It becomes a virtuous circle once you unlock the supremacy. The hard part is getting there, Beecher explained. Suddenly, his voice changed and Priam once again felt an aura crushing him. If you don't have enough will, give up your quest for freedom right now and wait for the tribulations. You have enough attributes to do what needs to be done. The only thing holding you back is yourself, he said. Beecher's voice was harsher and Priam understood that the changeling was helping him because he had seen something in Priam. If that something blossomed, then he would help him again. If Priam failed, Beecher would go back to eat his treats in the Colosseum. Priam gritted his teeth and returned to his seat. The bubble appeared again and Priam took a final breath. His will was a sword, and Priam would seize it to slice through his imperfections. If micro existed, he'd get it today. It's my brain and my body. They will obey me, he decided. Otherwise, he would die. Lance 1 Beecher had finished his packet of sweets, but made no pretense of opening a new one. The old shapeshifter was normally a fanatic for sweets, but he loved to see new stars shining even more. Sphinx coughed behind him. I shall accept another offering of treats, she announced in an adorably haughty voice. Beecher laughed and mechanically grabbed a packet of kibble for Hevlu, which he handed to Sphinx. One of his grandchildren loved those pets, and Beecher had borrowed a few packs from him. If Sphinx found out she was happily eating the equivalent of giant cat kibble, she'd probably be embarrassed and angry. Well, she'll never find out, decided Beecher. He refocused on Priam, who remained motionless, sitting cross-legged in an asphyxiating bubble. It's been over 5 minutes, complained Sphinx. I hope he unlocks the first micro stage before his tribulations, she murmured worriedly. Beecher laughed softly and Sphinx turned to him, intrigued. He'll get there. He found the source of his primal instinct on the second try and without potential. His encounters with death helped, but it's still a feat he's already experimenting. His heartbeat is becoming erratic. He's already trying to manipulate his brain. He'll have unlocked the first stage by tonight, and alone, smiled Beecher. It's still a long time, Sphinx complained, swallowing a kibble. Beecher laughed. You were born in possession of the 3 supremacies, so it may seem easy. But for most species, they're incredibly complicated to obtain. It took me 2 days to achieve what he's doing, and I'm a genius. He must have found a technique. I can feel his attributes increasing. The seconds ticked by and Beecher whispered. If I'm here, it's to see a miracle. I hope you'll show me that, Priam. Image status, average value for a Homo sapiens male before integration, PHY 10/men 10/meta 0. Physical. Strength 107. Constitution 194. Agility 131. Vitality 203. Perception 217. Mental. Vivacity 148. Dexterity 132. Memory 36. Willpower 76. Charisma 101. Meta. Meta affinity 92. Meta focus 80. Meta endurance 55. Meta chance 46. Potential 278. Tier 0. He who eludes death, charge, OFF. Reloaded in 18 hours, 34 minutes, 25 seconds. Tribulations are coming. Time, 47 hours, 4 minutes, 19 seconds. When the bubble had closed over him again, Priam had concentrated. All his strength, emotions, and will had been condensed and refined into a blade of will. Unfortunately, a minute later, his thoughts were wandering again. As is often the case, a man's will was weak in the face of his nature. Priam had very much hoped to receive a letter from Hogwarts when he entered the 6th grade, but it had never arrived. His vivacity was twice as powerful as his willpower, and this fact could not be changed. As his thoughts wandered again, Priam realized he had to use all his strengths. He had initially triggered meditation to focus his thoughts, and it had worked. However, meditation required a certain amount of diligence. Before the tutorial, monks could spend tens of thousands of hours meditating to control their bodies and minds. Priam lacked experience, and his skill was only level 4. His concentration had slipped again and Priam had become irritated. In a fraction of a second, he had devised solutions to keep his attention. He had even been tempted to stab himself in the thigh with a knife, or some other barbaric means of inflicting pain. Priam then mentally brushed the idea aside. He was in this bubble to concentrate on his sensations and find a way to reach micro. Hurting himself and adding unnecessary painful signals would not increase his chances of pinpointing his primal instinct. He concentrated again, forgetting his anger. LVL up, meditation, LVL 5. Will +3. 1 minute. As his thoughts escaped him again and his lungs burned, Priam had an idea. He invoked Mirror of the Soul and looked at his reflection in the pool he had absorbed. A fragment of the concept of purity had dissolved there. Priam plunged his eyes into those of his reflection and contemplated a new chain that was binding him. A metal crown encircled his head, passed through his forehead, and connected to his hand. Metaphorically, Priam held himself back by his choices, impatience, and fear of defeat. By trying so hard to keep failure out of his thoughts, he was inviting it in. Focusing on the negative reinforced his fears. Smiling inwardly, Priam accepted his emotions. He now knew his problem. In the mental space of Mirror of the Soul, Priam stood up before letting himself fall into the water. The liquid took over his body and began to purify his thoughts. Instinctively, Priam realized that the price he had to pay was the depletion of his fragment of purity, but he was prepared to make the sacrifice. Floating on the water's surface, he could feel the chains binding him. The pool was losing power, but Priam could finally understand what was blocking him. They were personal chains, due mainly to his fears. His dexterity also informed him of millions of tiny chains, which seemed to be blocking his meridians, his muscles, and his organs. Later, he thought. He now knew his lesson: it was dangerous to spread yourself too thin. 2 minutes. His body was still sitting cross-legged and deprived of air. His mind was now cut off from the outside world, concentrated in his mental space. His spiritual body floated on the surface of the hot spring, transformed by the concepts. With another thought, Priam altered the environment. The water became denser and the light disappeared. Priam was floating in a pure pool, without light, sound or external stimuli, as in a sensory isolation chamber. Aided by the purity of the water, meditation, reactivated, and the ethereal environment of the training room increased his learning speed. LVL up, meditation, LVL 6. Will +3. Soothed, Priam gradually reconnected with his body. First to his lungs, which were screaming, then to his heart, beating hard to keep him alive. The rest of his body gradually took shape in his mind, and he threw all his vivacity and dexterity into observing his bodily reactions. The oxygen level in his body was dropping and his instincts were screaming at him to take a breath. Priam stared coldly at the animal part of his brain. Mentally floating on the pool's surface that existed only in his mind, he no longer felt any pain. In fact, he felt nothing except the din caused by his instincts. 3 minutes. Priam's dexterity informed him that while his constitution allowed him to conserve a large reserve of oxygen in his lungs, his vitality consumed an enormous amount of resources. His impressive vitality allowed him to heal himself of almost any injury, but his body consumed tremendous energy in the process. His resurrections replenished his stocks, and he had only reached his limits once when Claire betrayed him. If he were to run out of calories or oxygen, his body would be miserable. That was precisely what was happening right now. If 3 minutes of apnea wasn't an impressive amount of time on Earth, Priam's body couldn't take much more. He couldn't measure his body's consumption exactly, but he knew it used almost 5 times as much oxygen as an average human to operate naturally. LVL up, poison body, LVL 2. Const +1. Vit +1. Meta, end, +1. Shit. Carbon dioxide. Poison body manages to transform it into a beneficial substance, but if its level rises any further, I'm going to end up with a fourth tribulation. For the first time, Priam faced a danger well known to system users. Tribulations were bound to happen because stagnation was often impossible. The system was constantly pushing its users toward the zenith. The seconds continued to tick by as Priam's body weakened. The concentration of carbon dioxide in his blood increased, but, poisoned body, prevented him from suffering too much. Unfortunately, although his body was getting used to it, the lack of oxygen was still lethal. His brain continued to weaken and the tips of his fingers and lips turned blue. His heart began to increase in frequency to compensate for the lack of oxygen. Tachycardia, an increase in heart rate above 100 beats per minute, was the brain's response to the lack of oxygen. His brain was panicking, his instincts were trying to force him to breathe, and Priam was concentrating harder than ever. His time was coming. LVL up, meditation, LVL 7. Will +3. 4 minutes. The situation was becoming critical and Priam didn't want to damage his brain. If he didn't manage to detect micro after 5 minutes, he would have to end his attempt prematurely. Priam wanted to get it right on his first try. Each failure brought experience, but each victory strengthened his momentum. LVL up, poison body, LVL 3. Const, +1. Vit +1. Meta, end, +1. His lungs contracted. Isolated in his mental space, Priam knew this reflex was not his making. His instincts were now begging to live. His vitality was trying to heal his body, but was only making things worse. With no resources to repair his heart, his cells' efforts were increasing their oxygen consumption. Synergies detected. You have gained the skill, asphyxia resistance rare. Asphyxia resistance, your body needs oxygen and calories. Without oxygen, your cells can't convert the nutrients you absorb into energy. This resistance fundamentally alters your cells. They begin to use the ambient ether to transform these nutrients into energy. Are you still human? Vit +2. Meta, end, +1. 4 minutes and 37 seconds. Priam's body began to shake and his mouth opened. Now. Bullet time. It all happened in a split second. Excitement cancelled out his meditation. His lungs expanded to breathe fresh air, and his mouth and windpipe opened naturally. However, his mind was no longer concerned with his body. From the pool of mirror of the soul, Priam was using all his concentration, vivacity, and dexterity to get his primal instincts. Now it was his willpower that was being deployed to master that instinct. He didn't want to kill it, just take control of it. This primal part had been with him since birth. It was as much a part of him as his hands or his memory. Priam's conscious will touched his primal instincts. There was a deep connection, a return to his roots. Priam could feel his body as new and unfamiliar sensations appeared. His instincts naturally gave way and Priam found himself in charge, without explanation or help. He was like an amateur piloting a plane. Unintentionally, he touched unfamiliar buttons, giving illogical and contradictory orders. His lungs contracted and his muscles spasmed. After a few seconds, his heart raced even more. Priam tried to control all these changes simultaneously. It was as if 1,000 fires had gone off simultaneously in his body. Despite his great vivacity, he couldn't handle it properly. I'm going to need some practice. At least a few hours, but my organs won't last that long. Priam had no more resurrection available. His brain was in danger of failing without oxygen and his heart was beating fast enough to make the sand beneath him vibrate. Using his potential could speed things up, but he only had a few seconds before he was permanently damaged. Priam wanted to get micro now. He couldn't afford to restart several times while slowly familiarizing himself with the supremacy. It was too time-consuming, if not impossible, because of the increase in constitution. Gritting his teeth, Priam gave it his best shot. His consciousness grew denser, thanks to brainless, and somehow swallowed his instincts. Suddenly, his mind was overloaded. All his receptors were simultaneously sending him a variety of information. He was no longer an amateur. In the cockpit of a plane. He was the plane. Thousands of pieces of information were arriving every second, and this sensory assault paralyzed Priam. When a human being was in good health, his perception of his body was relatively silent. When 1,000 cuts chiseled a body, the pain gave information about every little wound. Every square millimeter of Priam's skin now sent him information about the temperature, the clothes covering him, the state of his body tissues, etc. The sensations from his skin were already causing his brain to overheat, but he was receiving information from his whole body. The excess information exploded in his mind like a bomb. His vivacity could not calculate as quickly as his subconscious. The brain was an incredible organ, and most of its calculations were carried out in the background, without the human consciousness caring for them. The simple act of smiling at a joke was automatic, but there was nothing simple about the electrical impulses behind it. Trying to take control of his body using only his vivacity was too ambitious. LVL up, bullet time, LVL 4. Perk +3. Priam had ridden a wild horse by swallowing his instincts and couldn't get off. As he began to panic, the bubble enveloping him burst as his body collapsed. His lungs finally swallowed a gulp of air. Beecher's voice rang out. Use your potential. Release your instinct slowly, bit by bit. You must learn from it, gradually merge with it, not fight or absorb it. It's just another facet of you, the overseer advised in a calm voice. Part of Priam could hear Sphinx mewling, certainly frightened for her friend. Priam connected to his potential, and the world slowed down even more. He no longer had to be afraid. Fresh, oxygen-filled air was flowing into his lungs again. The potential would help him, and so would humanity adapts. 2 days before his tribulations, Priam tamed his supremacy. Lance 1. Supremacy Micro allows the user to control his body down to the smallest detail. Operating in stages, Micro is used in every universe. While the first stages are anchored in organic reality, its link with the ether gradually becomes apparent. The advanced stages can transform your body into an invincible weapon. Current stage, 0 fusion. Bonus, perk +5/DEX +10/Viva +10/Will +5. Pot 156. Vit +2. Viva +4. LVL up, meditation, LVL 8, 9, 10. Will +9. LVL up, bullet time, LVL 5, 6. Perk +6. LVL up, divination resistance, LVL 6. Meta, AFFI, +3. LVL up, osmosis, LVL 3. PHY +1. Meta, AFFI, +4. Mirror of the Soul is on an evolutionary path. Continue to explore this talent and strengthen it to bring an evolution. Priam smiled as he read his notification. His ordeal had lasted over 6 hours, alternating between using his potential and meditation to regain his strength. The mental effort had been titanic but necessary. Some of his skills had increased in level, but above all, he was well within stage 0 of Micro. Will I have to wait long? Asked Beecher. Priam swam to the pool's edge before extracting from the heavy ethereal water. Beecher had cackled when he learned that Sphinx had a pool of heavy ethereal water in the throne room, the well filled with black liquid. The boy's luck is insane, he said. Apparently, it was a rare resource that could slow the consumption of potential and energize the body. It wasn't used more because it contaminated the user. After several uses, it became impossible to temper the body, and only legendary rank resistance could reverse this process. Fortunately, Priam's resurrections prevented him from worrying about these symptoms. Sphinx had therefore transferred him to the heavy water well while he acquired Micro. Priam dried himself off quickly, expelling the droplets beating on his body with kinetic control. He dressed while answering Beecher. Delighted. I feel so much more powerful than before, and this has nothing to do with my new attributes. I just feel. Priam hesitated. More yourself? Offered Beecher. Yes, my body is mine at last, smiled Priam. The sensation was hard to describe. Like waking up in Olympic shape and knowing that your body would obey your every desire. Beecher approached Priam and handed him a sweet. Here, he said. You've earned it. Priam smiled as he picked it. He swallowed the candy quickly. Caramel flavor. He loved it. I'm a little disappointed, though. I didn't get a title or an achievement, he added. Beecher shook his head. You received an achievement, Beecher smiled. I blocked it as the supervisor of the Colosseum because you didn't show me respect. What? That's the excuse I gave, Beecher shrugs. With your rewards, you would have triggered a 4th tribulation. As soon as your tribulations arrive, you may collect your reward and face the tribulations at the height of your power. Until then, I blocked it and your constitution. 3 more points and you're dead, kid. Be careful to evade death, my technique will be deactivated then, warned Beecher. Thank you, said Priam. He meant it. The changeling surely wanted to see the beginning of a new legend and had undoubtedly saved his life. How do I unlock the seal? By dying. Don't worry, the tribulations will help you, Beecher quipped. Sphinx chuckled and Priam sighed. His 2 companions weren't betting on his victory. What are you going to do? Asked Beecher. I need to practice micro. Thanks to heavy water and potential, I've pushed back my limits. If I want to master micro even better, I need a real situation. I've got a few trinkets to steal, and then it's off to Viracocha with Sphinx. Beecher nodded. I can't wait to see you in action. By the way, don't kill the Viscount under the dome. The title will cause a tribulation. Beecher stared into Priam's eyes. The changeling looked like an old man, sometimes wise, sometimes a little crazy. The champion of humanity versus the revenants. I wonder who'll win, Beecher sneered. Priam squinted. If, after seeing his progress and status, Beecher was still questioning his victory, then there was only one explanation. The revenants were more dangerous than they appeared. However, Priam was sure of one thing. It will be me. Death is in my wake, he announced. The Grand Master of the cult, Anatole Aili Samel, watched the portal of Viracocha from the top of his tower. The ducal palace had the tallest towers in the city, but the cathedral of the cult was a close second. His own tower was extraordinarily high and overlooked Viracocha. With 360 degrees windows, his room, which also served as a laboratory, was the ideal place to keep an eye on his sheep. Anatole smiled as he stroked the urn of the depths. He always smiled, even when the news was terrible, but his smile was almost sincere today. The reunion had been going on for 2.5 days, and the revenants had done an excellent job. They had forged alliances with the most problematic factions. They had bought the neutrality of the most powerful factions. They had planned the downfall of humanity in order to rebuild a better society. Finally, they had acquired the power necessary for their plan. Only a few variables were left, and the most symbolic of them had just arrived. Anatole was looking at the portal leading to the other domes. A distinguished guest had set foot in Viracocha. Priam Azura, the champion of humanity, had even brought a dome lord with him. Anatole's advisors had laughed when they heard the level of danger proposed by Claire, but Anatole had been interested. He knew that Priam would be dangerous. Perhaps he would be powerful enough to reveal the Revenant's plan. Maybe he would destroy Viracocha. Possibly he would kill Anatole. But the Grand Master was not afraid. One man was no match for an idea. That's the problem with any genocide. There is always a champion who rises against the new order. All you have to do is crush him to annihilate the resistance. Don't keep me waiting, Priam, muttered Anatole. Status, average value for a Homo sapiens male before integration, PHY 10/men 10/meta 0. Physical. Strength 119. Constitution 197. Agility 132. Vitality 212. Perception 235. Mental. Vivacity 162. Dexterity 142. Memory 36. Willpower 98. Charisma 101. Meta. Meta affinity 99. Meta focus 80. Meta endurance 58. Meta chance 46. Potential 151. Tier 0. He who eludes death, charge, primed. Tribulations are coming. Time, 28 hours, 23 minutes 3 seconds. 4 kilometers from the portal, standing on a rooftop, Mercury put away his spyglass. Priam had left the dome. Mercury hoped the Baron would put a stick in Anatole's wheel. According to his sources, the cult of the Revenants was prepared for Priam's arrival, but were they really ready? Trained by the Colosseum supervisor and accompanied by the Lord of the Dome, the Baron was no simple man. I don't think anyone was ready for you, Priam, he said. The merchant turned and stared at his guest. Especially not you, right, Claire? The young woman gave him an annoyed look. Mercury, too, would have been annoyed if a dozen over-equipped mercenaries had captured him as he tried to leave the dome. What can I do to please Mercury, god of thieves? She asked in a neutral voice. Not yet, smiled Mercury. You can start by answering a few questions about the revenants. Lance 1. LVL up, Moon Mist, LVL 14-15. Perk +8. Char +4. Meta, AFFI, +6. LVL up, Bullet Time, LVL 7-8-9. Perk +9. LVL up, Divination Resistance, LVL 7. Meta, AFFI, +3. LVL up, Stealth, LVL 8-9-10-11-12. AGI +5. LVL up, Identification, LVL 4-5. MEM +2. LVL up, Focus, LVL 16-17-18. Perk +3. Diva +3. DEXT +3. LVL up, Art of Movement, LVL 14-15-16. AGI +3. Perk +3. DEXT +3. Baron, welcome to Viracocha. Imperious buildings encircled the gate square. The colors were red and black. A hint of gold enhanced the visible flags and standards. Priam took a breath and his blood began to boil. If the dome was the city of wealth, Viracocha was the city of war. Sphinx grunted on his shoulder. She had managed to create a miniaturization skill and currently resembled an adorable stuffed animal the size of an adult cat. Viracocha's air seemed to disturb her and she instinctively clawed at Priam's flesh. I don't like this city, she muttered. Priam shrugged. The atmosphere of the city was not cruel, but rather merciless. After spending almost a day pacing the dome, stealing from factions, and honing his skills, Priam understood. His enemies would know neither his hatred nor his mercy. Perhaps that was why he found Viracocha just as beautiful as the dome, despite the colors and the martial atmosphere. The system had created the domes for humanity, and each city was grandiose. Some were just warmer and more pleasant than others. Viracocha is beautiful, but I wouldn't want to live there, Priam confessed. The dome could have been built by an authoritarian regime in the 20th century. Clean, imperial and inhuman. The concepts had created domes of various kinds, but Priam preferred the gold, dunes, and oases ambience of the dome. Stroking Sphinx mechanically, Priam realized that her golden coat was tinged with red. In the sky, a blood eclipse had replaced the sun. The dark red light gave a scarlet tint to the young man's skin. What a charming scene. Priam looked around quickly before noticing a strange detail. Not a single man or woman was visible. However, Priam's keen senses detected the presence of life. To his right, the unmistakable sound of trade could be heard. This might have sounded reassuring, but Priam frowned. He was outside Viracocha's only portal, a strategic resource and gateway to other cities. Yet Priam saw no guards, which was strange, because Mercury had assured him that Viracocha was in the hands of the cult of the Revenants. Only fools wouldn't think of protecting a portal that could teleport their enemies into the heart of their base. Priam didn't want to overestimate his enemies, but the cult couldn't just be full of idiots. Priam carefully scanned his surroundings for an ambush. He took the opportunity to let out thin threads of mist. If there was to be a massive attack, he intended to dodge it. The portal sat at the center of an immense square. It was obvious that the system had planned for this to be one of the city's commercial centers, perhaps in a future reunion. However, few people currently had the means, or the interest, to use it. The portal was a means of moving quickly from one point to another. 5 minutes ago, when Priam had approached the dome portal, guards belonging to different factions approached him. Unable to disguise his titles, Priam had simply given his identity, and the guards had easily let him pass. Welcome, Baron. Where would you like to travel? The cost of travel is free for this first reunion, given your exceptional performance. After mentally indicating Viracocha, the portal was activated. Reality beneath the arches blurred, and Priam caught a glimpse of Viracocha's black and red. A dimensional opening had opened, a wormhole? With a single step, Priam had arrived in a new dome. What a marvel, Priam enthused, looking back at the portal. If only I could build one between Elysium and the moon. Only the system can afford such ridiculous expenses, declared Sphinx. What do you mean? Building a portal requires extremely complex calculations and rare resources, explained Sphinx. The portals that cross the universe of concepts often use resources not found in our universe. Only factions capable of invading and plundering other universes can build them. Priam was interested in the explanation. Knowing the motivations of the most powerful empires could give clues as to what the system wanted. If the concepts are almost omnipotent, can't they create as many portals as they need? Asked Priam. Only in this universe. Creating a portal to another universe is complicated for the concepts because they are limited to it. That's why they push civilizations to create their own hybrid portal technology in order to invade other worlds and then other universes. Among the technologies used are quantum entanglement to find the right arrival portal and the deformation of dimensional fabric to create the passage. Priam knew that humanity had begun to address these subjects, but often in a theoretical way. So the sciences of this new universe were very advanced. An infinite number of near-immortal scientists with supercomputers calculating power helped develop the sciences. The Baron's eyes crinkled as he looked at the passageway. I suppose a portal must sell for a lot then, he said innocently. They're priceless, Sphinx confirmed. To protect this device and its advanced technology, a special alloy, alchemical treatments, and runic and ritual protections are added at the end. A single portal costs more than the whole of humanity. For the time being, the moon is equipped with one portal per dome because these portals don't belong to you. Anyone stupid enough to try and steal them will be severely punished, laughed the adorable creature. Reluctantly unhooking his gaze from the technological marvel, Priam turned back to Viracocha. If no guards were there to stop him, he wasn't going to wait for them. His tribulations were coming, and he had much to do. Let's go. Seconds later, Priam stood at the intersection of a dark alley and a busy street. Stalls had been set up all along the avenue, and merchants were selling their wares. The current economy was very fluid. A scarce resource in one corner of the universe could be sold at a premium. However, if too many merchants supplied this resource, its price quickly collapsed. Buy, sell, speculate and wait. Good merchants would make a fortune with what they had been lent. The merchants who had made their faction lose money, on the other hand. Sphinx was looking around, excited by the hustle and bustle of the market. A few children pointed at her and she stared at them. They are so small. Are they dwarves? She asked. Priam burst out laughing. Usually, your riddles are harder. Sphinx frowned as Priam smiled. No, they're children, he explained, scratching his friend. He couldn't wait to show her the wonders that could be bought in this dome. But first, I need a stronger tunic. Good morning, said Priam, approaching a merchant bragging about his fabrics. Is it possible to buy high-quality clothing around here? The man raised his head and grumbled. His expression changed when he saw the core rolling through the young man's fingers. Priam was running out of normal cores, but fortunately, Sphinx was sponsoring this expedition. The ducal palace had a rather massive treasure trove. And Priam intended to find Viracocha's. But of course, young man, I have quality clothing available. What are you looking for? Priam smiled as he looked into the merchant's avaricious eyes. The more the man concentrated on his earnings, the less he would focus on the Baron before him. He hadn't yet learned and stolen skill, so anyone could identify him. High-quality clothing. My master wants to outfit his champion. Working in textiles, I thought you might have the address of a good tailor? Priam accompanied his question with another core roll and a big smile. The question was not insignificant. Mercury had told him that Master Boss, humanity's best tailor, was indeed in Viracocha, but had been requisitioned by the cult of the Revenants. Finding the tailor would enable him to find some hardware and clothes, as well as one of the Revenants' hideouts. 2 birds with 1 stone. The trick was not to arouse too many suspicions. Priam wanted to remain in the shadows until the last moment so the Revenants wouldn't have time to set traps. The merchant hesitated, but Priam sensed he wasn't on his guard. He wondered whether the transaction was profitable or whether the young man could pay even more for a rare piece of information. Priam conjured up a second core. It's time to hook the fish. So you can take me straight to the right place. I'm looking for the best, Priam winked. I've wasted enough time already, and my master isn't very patient. On his flattened palm, the 2 cores gleamed next to each other. The merchant nodded and grabbed them. Of course, sir, he replied before turning to a young boy beside him. Jacques, watch the stand. If you'll follow me. On the way, the merchant began chatting with Priam. Apart from the supposed quality of his wares, his main interest was who the famous master was. Priam played along and invented a mysterious master, capable of traveling from dome to dome at the head of a private army of elite men. When the merchant learned that this famous master was related to the champion of humanity, the famous Priam, who had managed to kill a baron with his own hands, his eyes began to shine. He was on the verge of skipping the rest of the way. As they drew closer to the center of Viracocha, the merchant's exclamations became rarer. A few hundred meters from a massive cathedral, the previously voluble merchant was no longer uttering a word. With a serious look on his face, Priam imitated him. On his guard, Priam observed his surroundings. Sphinx wasn't too worried since her constitution allowed her to survive a missile. Priam was more fragile. At first glance, Priam noticed a distinction in the way passers-by dressed. Where most of the clothes on the shopping avenue had been motley, passers-by now wore red capes over black suits. Their outfits were more sober, and conversations almost whispered. No longer did anyone shout or harangue the crowd to sell a product or promote their services. Here, people kept their heads down, made little noise, and walked quickly. Priam understood that those who ventured here came for a good reason, not out of envy. Looking up, Priam saw the building crystallizing the fear of passers-by. The immense cathedral would have made Notre Dame de Paris look like a chapel. It towered high into the sky, its tallest tower sometimes lost in the clouds. Although the ducal palace in the background was taller and larger, it only gave off a vague impression of majesty. The cathedral, half Gothic, half futuristic, inspired awe. The merchant continued, heading for a workshop lining the cathedral square. As he approached, he finally gave Priam some interesting information. This is Master Boss's workshop. It is said that he has been given a special talent that enhances the quality of his work. His pieces are reputed to be as light as silk and as strong as steel. The merchant's tone had changed, and admiration resounded in his voice. He continued his tirade with a shrug. Unfortunately, this kind of piece is impossible to obtain. The Grand Master reserves all quality pieces for himself. The merchant's face contorted in terror as he recalled their location. With good reason, of course, these pieces must help the cult's effort, he added hastily. Priam's smile cracked as he thought of the misdeeds Anatole must have committed to be so feared in less than 3 days. Passing through a small back door, the merchant ushered Priam into the sewing room. Spools of thread, wool, silk and other materials were neatly arranged on shelves. The tailor was apparently also a weaver. It was an advantage for Priam. In the center of the room stood a large table displaying several masterpieces. An assistant approached them as the young man analyzed the fabrics. "Good morning, gentlemen. Can I help you?" "Of course, miss, my friend here would like to." As the merchant began to embroider an implausible story, in love with his own voice that he was, Priam strategically positioned himself between the assistant and a complete blood-red outfit. It wouldn't have been out of place if an assassin had worn it from a famous game. Ezio, fashion icon. Identification. Florentine assassin outfit, an outfit made entirely by a talented craftsman. Resistant and supple, the tailor has made the most of the material. Lighter and more protective than armor, it's a sure bet if you decide to take on the Templars. The ones from the video game, not the real thing. They'd destroy you. Grabbing a sleeve of the outfit, Priam decided to pull on it to test its resistance. With his current strength, he should have easily torn any garment. Yet the sleeve of the tunic barely stretched. Satisfied, the young man turned to the saleswoman who couldn't manage the merchant. "Thanks for bringing me here. I'll manage the rest." "Good day to you," said Priam, giving a final core to the man whose name he hadn't even asked. After a few obsequious phrases, the merchant finally took his leave. Priam turned to the saleswoman. "Miss, I'd like to speak to Master Boss. I have here some rare materials, spider silks impregnated with ether, and I'd like to make myself an outfit out of it." Priam had decided that the best way to tempt the craftsman was to present him with an effective way of increasing his skills. For an artisan, this meant working with rare materials and pushing the boundaries of their craft. I'll tell Master Boss right away, sir," replied the assistant after identifying the glands presented by Priam. Seconds later, the craftsman arrived. Without even taking the time to greet his customer, he rushed to the spider glands. Priam let him snatch them from his hands and analyze them. A passionate craftsman was exactly what he needed. Priam thought back to the glands he'd brought with him. The Trichonephila ether clavipes came from Elysium. The second came from a baron. If Boss was as talented as he was said to be, Priam would soon own the best outfit on the moon. Of course, he could have found materials from Viscount. However, Mercury had confirmed that no craftsman would be able to work a Viscount's body before the end of the reunion. The system wanted to see craftsmen push the limits of their skills, not waste scarce materials. A few minutes later, Master Boss turned to Priam. "Thank you for bringing me this piece, young man. I'll put it to good use. As payment, you can choose any piece from my store, and my assistant will answer any questions you may have." The craftsman turned on his heel, the stranger already forgotten. Priam laughed inwardly. This old fart thinks he will steal from me and leave me with a few lousy coins? Priam accelerated instantly to appear in front of the craftsman. His extreme speed caused a displacement of air and clothes, and spools of thread went flying. He wasn't yet comfortable enough with kinetic control to manipulate air molecules. Fortunately, his skill was level 19. It would change at level 20, and Priam hoped to obtain a legendary skill that would push his limits. Despite his speed, he noticed that Sphinx hadn't moved a bit. Priam smiled coldly at the tailor. "Let me introduce myself, Master Boss. I am Priam, humble champion of mankind. I want you to produce an outfit using this silk and all your expertise," he smiled. Master Boss froze for a moment before looking at his assistant. She nodded and pulled out a key. Priam followed her with his eyes as she closed the workshop. "You shouldn't stay here," the craftsman warned darkly. "The cult of revenants put a bounty on your head this morning. Millions of people are looking for you, and I don't want fights in my workshop." Priam was seized with a mirthless laugh. "Don't worry about the cult, I'm going to pay them a little visit. It seems they've kidnapped you to work for them, right? I'll set you free as soon as I get my tunic if you accept," Priam said. Boss shook his head with a sigh. "You don't understand. Revenants are known for resurrecting their members' loved ones. That's why people keep joining them, despite their reputation and actions." "Who wouldn't want to reunite with a deceased loved one?" asked the craftsman. "Except for the cult's enemies, all humanity wants you dead. The revenants offer to resurrect anyone in exchange for your head." Image. Status: average value for a Homo sapiens male before integration, PHY 10/men 10/meta 0. Physical. Strength 119. Constitution 197. Agility 140. Vitality 212. Perception 263. Mental. Vivacity 165. Dexterity 148. Memory 38. Willpower 98. Charisma 105. Meta. Meta affinity 108. Meta focus 80. Meta endurance 58. Meta chance 46. Potential 184. Tier 0. He who eludes death, charge, primed. Tribulation, tribulations are coming. Time, 27 hours, 33 minutes, 36 seconds. The craftsman's words stopped Priam in his tracks. They can raise the dead? If that were true, it would change everything. Maybe I can sell them my own head? If they can resurrect people and I can revive every day at midnight, perhaps I've just discovered a glitch. Priam became serious again. He was ready to make peace with the revenants if they could resurrect certain members of his family. Perhaps he'd even shake Claire's hand. Shake her hand very hard. Soon, all the implications of the news became clear. Priam massaged his temples as he insulted them. Resurrecting humans wasn't impossible, he was living proof of that, but it couldn't be easy. However, whether this was true or false was of no consequence. The cult had given hope to all humans who had lost a loved one. All it took was for one person in 100 to believe in it and be desperate enough to try, and millions would seek to kill him. Priam wasn't worried about his health, he was far beyond the power of the average man. Even if a few people still had guns, no small caliber bullet could hurt him, his constitution and kinetic control would stop them. What worried Priam was his public image. Most attackers would be desperate, but Priam couldn't spare them all. He would have no choice but to fight for his freedom. If he had to slaughter thousands of idiots fighting for their families, it would affect him and his relationship with humanity. Maya or Mercury would understand that he had to kill thousands of people. And he would do it to survive. But his family would be shocked by the news. Priam raised his head sharply, clenching his fists. Some people will realize that they don't stand a chance against me. But I've got a weak point, my family. Suddenly, Priam panicked. It wasn't impossible that the revenants would resurrect members of his family who had already died. After all, if Mercury hadn't found any members of his family yet, they might have already died. The idea knotted Priam's stomach, but he didn't want to lie to himself. If that were the case, he'd have to ignore what they'd done if he didn't want his family tortured. But I'll never work for them even if they hold my family. Sons of bitches. He swore. He looked at Boss again. Do you believe in this resurrection power? He asked. It's a fact. They've resurrected enough people to believe in it. Even someone I know. Unfortunately for them, I don't love anyone but my wife, and she's safe in another world ruled by the Lotus sect, the craftsman explained with a laugh. Priam sighed. If Boss believed it, so would others, and it wouldn't be 1 in 100, but 1 in 10. The tailor understood Priam's thoughts and continued. I know the others believe in it too. At least, they want to. Despite the tutorial and humanity adapts, it's hard for most people to deal with this apocalypse. Many were unhappy with their lives and now want to become men and women of exception. For them, this apocalypse is a second chance. But for those who cherish their families, the Revenant's offer gives them hope. And when even death can't stop hope. The craftsman nodded. He approached a cabinet, took out a bottle and poured himself a glass. The cult won't hurt me. There's a big difference between forcing an artisan to work and killing him. Anatole is an intelligent man, and he won't take any risks. He provides me with free resources, so it's not such a bad deal for me, Boss said, pointing to the workshop around them. Priam sighed. Good for you, I suppose. I don't have much time if what you say is true. Will you agree to work on my outfit? I'm not planning to report you, but why would I help you? The craftsman asked, raising his glass. The amber liquor was mesmerizing. I'd have to make your tunic outside my working hours if I didn't want the cult to notice. Priam remained silent for a few moments. He could threaten the craftsman, but there was nothing to stop Boss from agreeing and escaping with the spider glands. Sphinx sensed Priam's indecision and jumped onto a work table. She glared at Boss, who cowered. Despite her small size, she exuded a majestic aura. Sphinx came from a mythical race and the craftsman instinctively knew he was outmatched. You will help Priam to accumulate positive karma, she declared. You didn't resist when asked to work for the Revenants. They commit their misdeeds wearing your clothes, and the blood they spill taints your karma. Help Priam defeat their master and atone for your crimes. All other choices lead to your death. When the last word was spoken, Sphinx emitted an ether wave, like a divine judgment. The wave struck the 3 humans present in the workshop, and instinctively, Priam shivered. Sphinx's words were imbued with a magic that Priam knew well. The sentence was final, Boss would obey or die. The difference in power and the craftsman's negative karma enabled Sphinx to activate her power without posing a riddle. Priam clenched his fists. Sphinx was on his side, but how many monsters in this universe could kill him with a simple thought? I've got to get stronger. The craftsman remained petrified for a few seconds as he pondered the situation's stakes. One of the qualities of those who work with psychopaths is that they are quick to make sensible decisions. An essential quality for staying alive. I'll help. As much as I don't care about strangers, knowing that monsters are wearing my creations bothers me, he admitted before turning to Priam. I'll make your tunic. The assistant chose this moment to cough. Priam and Sphinx turned to her. I overheard some Revenant officers complaining this morning when I was helping them change their wardrobe, she said as the attention turned to her. Priam smiled as he saw that the assistant also wanted to get rid of her negative karma. Beneath Viracocha lies an area guarded by a terrifying spider. The cult is planning a full-scale attack in a few hours to defeat it. Its gland could strengthen my tunic, Priam guessed. Indeed, replied Boss. But it's a viscount. Handling noble material is too hard right now. I won't be able to get the best out of it. On the other hand, while those idiots are fighting the spider, you could break into their vault. There are quite a few materials I'm interested in for your tunic and myself. I'll make you a list. They've stolen from almost every faction in Viracocha, so there's quite a lot of interesting stuff. The craftsman's eyes sparkled and Priam laughed. The last 24 hours had taught him that he loved stealing valuables. Let's make a contract then, said Priam, winking at Sphinx. The tailor took half an hour to get Priam's measurements and expectations. Strangely enough, the craftsman was highly qualified in the field of cloth armor. He informed Priam of some of the young man's preconceptions and guided him towards the perfect outfit. Apparently, the silk was supple and resistant to both physical and magical damage. The artisan explained that the system would evaluate the final product to improve his skills and that he intended to make it his masterpiece. Trusting the tailor to defend his own interests, Priam let himself be guided. Well, the outfit will be as light as it is strong and won't hinder your movements. The pockets will be large and secret, and the hood will protect you from the elements. Priam had insisted on a hood. He sensed that the rain in Elysium would be dangerous and insisted on his anonymity. Finally, I plan to entrust the inscription of the outfit to another craftsman. He's not a friend, but he'll accept to increase his skills. He's also very qualified. These inscriptions are not just stylistic, the runes formed interact with the surrounding ether to increase the silk's resistance. I know that some grandmasters can inscribe runes so powerful that the garment repairs itself and increases the wearer's power, but we've only been using the system for a few days. I will have an alchemist treat the silk to strengthen it. It will be a masterpiece of humanity, Boss declared. Priam had to admit that, while the craftsman had neither scruples nor empathy, he was very competent. He hoped his equipment would finally be up to the task of his enemies. Arnold, the hoplite champion, and all his future rivals were certainly over-equipped. He couldn't afford to fall behind. How soon will the outfit be ready? He asked. It's hard to say. I've never worked with such impressive materials. I'd say 3 days, replied the craftsman. Priam frowned. He was facing a tribulation in less than a day. Even with 2 lives, he wanted to put all the odds on his side. Can't we go any faster? He asked. Master Boss laughed dryly. I'm not teaching you how to kill monsters, so don't teach me my job. It's 3 days of spending all my time on it and betting that you'll kill Anatole. I'll give up all my other projects for that. Without my skills, it would be at least 2 weeks. If you want the best equipment, you'll have to wait a while. Priam nodded. His paternal great-grandparents had been tailors, and he knew this kind of work took time. 3 days then. He turned to the assistant. Do you know where this treasure room is? Image LVL up, climbing, LVL 6, 7, 8, 9. AGI +4. Priam was perched on a cathedral roof. Not the highest, but at 100 meters or so, he knew he had little chance of being seen. If I'm going to imitate an assassin, I might as well do it all the way. Too bad there's no straw on the ground for a leap of faith. Dressed in an assassin's outfit chosen from the tailor, it was more resistant than the one lent by Sphinx. He observed the procession below him. Orphans, widows, and lonely men followed a priest chanting litanies. The tutorial had wiped out a sizable portion of humanity. With no effective communication means, knowing the exact death toll was impossible. Perhaps a quarter of humanity was dead. What was certain was that everyone had a relative, friend or child who had died. Boss's assistant had filled him in. The Revenant sect claimed that those who had disappeared from the tutorial had simply been transported to another world, the Revenant's world. Praying to the god Viracocha meant accumulating points. With enough points, reaching this world and reuniting with loved ones was possible. It sounds more like a capitalist marketing strategy than a religion. Too good to be true? Indeed. However, in a world where concepts were more or less omnipotent, who could sort the possible from the impossible? This possibility gave hope to the inhabitants. The cult of the Revenants transformed this hope into belief and thus gained followers. One of the strengths of the Revenants' cult was that it had managed to resurrect some people. Master Boss had assured Priam that one of his acquaintances, who had suffered a heart attack 2 days before the tutorial, had come back from death. The man wasn't undead. According to his wife, he was alive, eating, moving, and more. This elder wasn't the only one in this case, which lent credibility to the cult. Too bad a psychopath leads this cult. When the head is sick, the body often goes wrong too. What's the purpose of this cult? Priam was surprised. Not by the resurrections, that was his specialty, after all. However, he had to be the first of many worlds to obtain this power, and he had benefited from unique circumstances. Priam shivered as he thought about the proposal he had accepted. He sighed and wondered. A cult that could resurrect several people? Even those who had died before the tutorial? It was strange, but he'd worry about it later. Priam was perched on that roof, his buttocks resting on an uncomfortable statue to rob the cult. But before that, Priam took out the crystal Alban had given him. The Revenant had been forced to inscribe information about the threat that would be decoded 2 days later. This time lapsed, and Priam was eager to advance his quest. As he prepared to crush the crystal in his hand, Priam thought better of it. There had to be a less barbaric way to access the crystal's information. Sphinx? Muttered Sphinx. She opened her eyes slowly, and Priam smiled. He had noticed that she spent a significant part of her time sleeping. Children sleep a lot, and cats too. So a baby sphinx. Priam gently scratched his friend's fur to apologize for waking her. Do you know if it's possible to access a crystal's information without breaking it? He asked. Sphinx opened her eyes and looked as if he were a fool. A crystal is like a chest. You can break it to access its contents, but that's a brutal solution, she replied. Or you can open it. Unless, of course, it's locked, in which case you'll need a key. Priam coughed. He had a lot to learn. How can I open it? He asked. Not knowing wasn't a crime. But remaining ignorant was. Sphinx yawned until her jaw almost dropped. Interact with it using your ether. At Priam's discomfited expression, the Dome Lord sighed. How can you have unlocked supremacy before you've even unlocked basic skills? She muttered. She stretched before explaining. Circulate your ether through your meridians with a skill. It's easier to detect in large quantities, so don't hold back. Then try to get it moving. With a bit of potential, you should get there fast. Easy to learn, hard to master. At the end of her explanation, Sphinx laid back on Priam's shoulder. Might as well put this into practice right away. Priam concentrated on Micro and closed his eyes. His dexterity and new supremacy allowed him to focus on his body. Priam activated Moon Mist, and a film of mist appeared at his feet. He gradually increased the flow of his skill until he felt some pain in his meridians. The pain underlined them, and Priam concentrated on them as a puddle of almost liquid mist covered his feet. I need to feel my ether. Priam's skills allowed him to manipulate his ether in a predetermined way, but he knew it was possible to control it directly. He had known it since he'd created kinetic control almost a week ago. All he needed was the proper technique. Priam continued to use Moon Mist to the maximum, and the mist, which was becoming ever denser, seemed to be reaching a critical point. The pressure of the gas increased and its liquefaction point was reached. LVL up, erosion resistance, LVL 14. Meta, end, +3. At his feet, the mist had turned to liquid. LVL up, Moon Mist, LVL 16, 17. Perk +8. Char +4. Meta, AFFI, +6. Suddenly, a mental barrier was broken and Priam could feel the ether. It circulated in his meridians and throughout his body. The flow of ether through him was so intense that he wondered how he'd never realized it before. You have gained the skill, Ether Perception Rare. Ether Perception. Ether is the fundamental, infinite fluid that dictates the laws of all that exists. According to its configurations and associations, it creates the fundamental particles and vectors of all forces. Perceiving the ether is the right of every living being, but you have to know how to take that right. Yesterday you were blind, today you see. Meta, perk, +3. Meta, perk, +3. Priam knew it wasn't that easy to learn. Blood ran through their veins, but if a human never got hurt, they could live their whole life without thinking that a stream of vital liquid was flowing through them. Sometimes, you had to get hurt to understand certain things. Now that Priam knew what to look for, it was evident to him. All that remained was for him to succeed in manipulating his ether. Micro and Brainless tried to seize control of this fundamental fluid, but their efforts were unsuccessful. The ether seemed to answer to its own rules. Priam's will had no more influence on it than the pebbles he had tried to lift with his mind when he was young. LVL up, Ether Perception, LVL 2. Meta, perk, +3. Trying for several minutes to control, dominate, master, and then cajole this fluid, Priam finally gave up in the face of his lack of progress. Remembering Sphinx's words, he connected momentarily to his potential. Magically, Priam rediscovered an ability that all living beings had, the ability to manipulate the ether. The feeling was strange, but natural. It was as if Priam remembered that he always had a tail or a third arm. Between ether perception and manipulation, Priam felt he had regained his sight and mobility. Pot -5. You have gained the skill, Ether Manipulation Rare. Ether manipulation, manipulating ether, is the key to the zenith. Everything is possible with ether, even dominating dimensions, karma, soul, energy, matter, order, and chaos. To control the primordial fluid is to go beyond these concepts. This skill knows no limits, and its potential is infinite. The only limit to your power is your imagination. Ether can be influenced, dominated, mastered, and cajoled. Which path will you choose? Meta, perk, +1. Meta, AFFI, +1. Meta, focus, +1. Priam smiled as he read the description of his new skill. Since the tutorial, he hadn't yet had time to explore the wonders of this new world. He'd been reacting more than anything else. But rereading the description of his skill, he almost felt like dropping everything to explore the arcana of magic. The only limit to your power is your imagination. It meant that ether could create talent. There was no mention of work or time spent developing superb skills. Priam concluded that it was possible to get to the top quickly by finding the right applications. I could partition my consciousness to work on several subjects at once. Or maybe, it's possible to manipulate time and matter to obtain infinite resources? Priam was not lacking in imagination. He couldn't wait to leave the reunion to concentrate on these projects. A snoring sphinx drew him from his thoughts. Priam wasted no time in using his new technique. His skill enabled his mind to grasp the fundamental fluid. Then he used micro to manipulate the ether flowing through him. An ether jet shot out of the palm holding the crystal and exploded. Sphinx gasped and Priam winced. Using this new skill was almost instinctive, but it would take him some time to manipulate it precisely and meticulously. A second later, he heard Albin's message echoing in his head. The revenants are so-called because we died before the tutorial. The system captured some souls who drifted on the Earth's surface and had the rage to live. But this new life is temporary. To make it permanent, we need to earn points by completing quests. The main quest that would allow all revenants to live freely is simple. Destroy or convert humanity image. Status, average value for a Homo sapiens male before integration, PHY 10/Men 10/Meta 0. Physical. Strength 119. Constitution 197. Agility 144. Vitality 212. Perception 272. Mental. Vivacity 165. Dexterity 148. Memory 38. Willpower 98. Charisma 109. Meta. Meta Affinity 115. Meta Focus 81. Meta Endurance 61. Meta Perception 7. Meta Chance 46. Potential 196. Tier 0. He who eludes death, charge, primed. Tribulation, tribulations are coming. Time, 25 hours 12 minutes, 38 seconds. Immediately after Albin's message, Priam received a notification. Updated quest. First quest, soon to be reunited? You have discovered the origin of the revenants. Participation, 100%. 2 possible choices. 1. Reveal this information to humanity. Reward, title, Guardian of Humanity, pot +50. 2. Keep this information to yourself. Reward, title, Threat Killer, pot +50. Exceptional participation. Reward, Evolution Token, Bronze title. Reward chosen. Threat Killer Bronze, you're not the shield that protects humanity. You are the spear that destroys its enemies. This choice says a lot about you because you didn't hesitate for a moment. You're getting to know yourself better, and you don't look away when you meet your reflection. Humanity fears monsters. Will monsters fear you? You detect threats to humanity. STR +10%. Pot +50. First quest, soon to be reunited? Eliminate as many revenants as possible. Next reward, depending on your participation. Bonus, kill Anatole Aili Samel, the Grand Master of the Cultists. Reward, you can choose one soul to resurrect. Bonus, kill at least 3 of the 6 revenant generals. Reward, information about your family. Bonus, killed a Revenant champion. Reward, threat killer, upgrade. Difficulty, gold. Priam burst out laughing as he read the notification. All he had to do was kill 3 people and he'd finally have information about his family. Thoughtfully, Priam theorized that the system's rewards should be tailored to the user. However, the Baron was under no illusions. The reward would be hard to come by. The Revenant generals might be scattered over several domes or even the entire moon. But that wasn't important. The war between him and the Revenants had become too personal, and he had too much to gain. The Revenants had started this war and the system was giving him every reason to finish it. Priam closed his right fist and clenched it. Threat Killer Bronze offered 11 extra strength points and Priam took a few seconds to get used to his new strength. His dexterity helped him control his body perfectly, but thanks to Micro, he realized he was no longer entirely in control of his body. Priam constantly used his supremacy to get used to his body, but this increase in strength was artificial. When Priam gained strength points with a skill, the increase was gradual and his body adapted naturally to his new physical strength. STR+1 foot was simply a system notification informing Priam of his new status. I wonder if it's the system or the ether that's improving my body, wondered Priam. Ether and training, replied Sphinx. The system simply shows you the best way to progress. Your progress is faster thanks to it, but it's mostly the ether that works its magic. Priam squinted. Even for the titles? He asked. Sphinx remained silent for a few seconds. I don't know. She looked lost and Priam took her in his arms before pondering the problem. Understanding this new world and its rules was paramount if he was to become the best. Not the best player, but the best cheater. Reflecting on his next fight against the Lord of Viracocha, Priam saw 2 possibilities for improvement. Firstly, stealing Anatole's urn to use the corrupted tear. Secondly, he hadn't forgotten that Heartless, Brainless, and Axolotl or Hydra were ready to evolve and just needed a catalyst. The evolution token would do for one of them. But which one? You've still got some progress to make, but I suppose it's a start, said Sphinx as she watched the dust from Elbin's crystal blow away by the wind. Priam shrugged. You know, Sphinx, I just started wielding the ether. For humans, it's quite normal to make progress. At first, we're rarely at ease, but with perseverance, we eventually get good. Sphinx looked at him with eyes full of curiosity. I understand. You're weak initially, but strong in the end, right? Right. Sphinx looked at him for a few seconds, then said worriedly. But you're still weak, Priam. When will you be strong? The young man blinked in a stupor. After a second, he answered, I'm already the best of the humans. And it only took me about 10 days, he said, puffing out his chest. I've only got 3 days, and I'm stronger than you though, Sphinx replied innocently. Priam looked at her for a few moments. Sphinx was messing with him. You've got to be. Thunder echoed in Priam's skull. The world blurred before disappearing as the Baron was brutally struck on the chin. His body flew from its place, crashing a few meters away. The cathedral's roof was steep and Priam began to slide down it, half sliding, half rolling. As he reached the roof's edge, his body toppled over into the void. On the way down, his head fell back and blood rushed to his brain. Brainless, hadn't even had time to force his mind to take control of his body. Oxygenated again, his brain woke up and Priam opened his eyes. The pain was intense, but Priam was focused on survival. Almost automatically, he used kinetic control to halt his fall. He hadn't seen the attack, so the opponent was good and a trap potentially awaited him below. 5 meters from the ground, Priam threw his body sideways with a kinetic charge, landing 3 meters from his initial point of impact. The cobblestones exploded where he should have landed. Priam raised his head in time, and his inhuman perception picked out a sniper on a rooftop over 200 meters away. Without thinking, Priam charged forward. The pain was driving him insane and he wanted to hurt the sniper, he wanted revenge. Micro managed to calm his pain, but it sometimes overcame his control. Using kinetic control, together with movement skills, Priam dashed. He was no longer thinking about Sphinx, the Revenants, or his own safety. He had been attacked and the enemy was going to die. Priam was much faster than his mist, so he couldn't teleport next to the sniper. The sniper wouldn't have waited when he saw the mist advancing. It took Priam just under 6 seconds to run the 200 meters. With a gigantic leap, Priam reached the balcony on the second floor of a hotel and climbed up to the roof as quickly as a Spider-Man. The location had served as the sniper's hideout and part of his abandoned equipment rested against the tiles. LVL up, climbing, LVL 10. AGI +1. LVL up, athletics, LVL 19. AGI +1. LVL up, art of movement, LVL 17. AGI +1. Perk +1. DXT +1. Trying to run? With no one present, Priam closed his eyes and summoned his mist. It quickly invaded the hotel and the surrounding buildings, seeping into every opening. He would trample every room if he had to, but he was determined to find the sniper. Suddenly, Priam opened his eyes and dodged to the right. A bullet passed by exactly where his head had been a moment before. Looking in the direction of the shot, Priam saw another sniper, and this one wasn't running away. Clenching his fist in anger, Priam stayed on the roof. A hunter never let go of his prey, and Priam wouldn't let his opponent escape. Dodging another bullet, Priam continued to concentrate on his fog. He had successfully dodged cannonballs against Galapagos and had made progress since then. It wasn't a few bullets that frightened him. LVL up, dodge, LVL 6. AGI +1. As the mist gradually invaded the area, Priam raised his hand to his chin to get an idea of his injury. He was worried because since Micro had given him control over his body, he could and did disconnect some of his nerves. However, despite this anesthetic, Priam still felt a handicap and an intense pain. As his hand moved to where his chin was, Priam felt nothing and his heart missed a beat. He dodged a bullet, then summoned his mist in front of him. The fog quickly became denser before forming a mirror of water. LVL up, moon mist, LVL 18. Perk +4. Char +2. Meta, AFFI, +3. Priam looked at his face for a moment, shocked. He looked like a Gul's Casas from the First World War. The sniper's bullet must have been something special, because, despite his constitution, it had torn away the lower part of his face. His chin was gone, and Priam felt nauseous after seeing the damage. Of course, his various deaths had already mutilated his body, but he had never seen the damage, especially to his face. He was disfigured. Priam's anger redoubled, and he kept the disgust at bay. He wanted to scream but had lost his tongue in the attack. His vitality was doing its best to heal him, but the wound was severe. The mirror rippled as a bullet passed through it. At that exact moment, his fog touched a human limb hidden halfway up a chimney in one of the hotel's fireplaces, and Priam rode on the mist. He arrived in the hearth of a fireplace beneath the sniper. Looking up, Priam contemplated the tip of a gun barrel. The sniper fired. Bullet time. Kinetic control. Priam's anger gave him exceptional clarity of mind, and he stopped the bullet as it struck his head at point-blank range. LVL up, kinetic control, LVL 20. Viva +2. DEXT +3. Meta, focus, +4. Kinetic control has reached level 20. Later. His skill would wait until he'd slaughtered the fool who'd tried to kill him. Stopping the bullet was so easy now that he was ready. The sniper fired twice more, and Priam stopped the bullets one after the other. When his magazine was empty, the soldier drew a knife and fell on Priam, screaming. He looked trained, but the difference in attributes with Priam was ridiculous. Priam stopped the knife blade with his fingers, then dodged the man's feet before unleashing a titanic punch into the sniper's ribs. His hand sank into the man's body. The man was thrown against the chimney walls, and the following cracking sound would have made Priam wince if he weren't so angry. Priam withdrew his arm and the man's body slumped to the floor. Priam didn't need to bend over him to know he was dead. His opponent's death calmed him for a moment. The man who had wounded him was dead. His new title had never triggered. So the sniper was not a revenant but an average human. He'd certainly heard about Priam and the reward for his head, then had decided to take a chance. Priam looked for a moment at the weapon the sniper was using. He'd played enough video games to recognize an anti-material rifle. The Baron tried to sigh, but his body preferred to spit blood. Pain called him back to order. A standard weapon could not pierce Priam's defenses, he was almost 20 times more resistant than an average human. But large-caliber sniper rifles could still wound him. Maybe even kill him if he was unlucky. If hundreds of trained soldiers started hunting him down, he had a real chance of dying. Priam thought about the second sniper. This one hadn't done anything to him yet and was probably just trying to save his family. But he would certainly try to kill him again. The Baron was faced with a choice. Can I spare those who seek to kill me? Whether they are threats to humanity or not. Priam inhaled through his nose and judged his future enemies. May their deaths be sweet. They were seeking to reunite with their families, but so was he. Between his life and those of strangers, his life would always come first, no matter how many strangers there were. He couldn't afford to die, despite his many lives. It was a new world, and to survive, his morals had to evolve with his strength. What's more, being ruthless with his enemies would deter some of them. Of course, Priam still intended to hunt down and exterminate the Revenants. They had betrayed humanity and were his enemies. But anyone who attacked him would henceforth be considered an enemy. I want to be respected by my peers and feared by my enemies. Before attacking the other snipers, Priam looked at his notifications. Your constitution has been sealed. Some of your skills are blocked and cannot be upgraded. These levels are in stasis. Break the seal to unlock them. Kinetic control has reached level 20, a bonus is available. Choose one of these three options. Automatic absorption, kinetic control, is automatically triggered to absorb the energy of bodies arriving at dangerous speeds. Pot -30. Agile domain, the precision of your control increases. Synergizes with domain. Pot -30. Nimble micro, the precision of your control over your body's molecules increases drastically. Pot -30. Priam observed his choices for a moment. He thought his skill would evolve when hitting level 20, but getting a legendary skill was more complicated than he'd expected. The cost and potential was also annoying. A common skill gave him 1 point of potential per level. 2 points for a rare skill and 3 points for an epic skill. Kinetic control, S20 levels had earned him 60 points of potential. His skill became more powerful with this bonus, but only yielded 30 bonus points. I suppose it's a way for the system to increase the scarcity of potential and manipulate us with quests. The resource was far too scarce to squander. Priam had enough potential to improve his skill, but he would have cried blood if he hadn't. Priam reconsidered his three choices. Automatic absorption, kinetic control, is automatically triggered to absorb the energy of bodies arriving at dangerous speeds. Pot -30. The bonus seemed practical, but Priam was pretty sure it would become redundant with his future domain. His mist already enabled him to perceive attacks from a distance, so there was no point in taking this bonus. Of course, if the enemy was too powerful, he could pass through his domain and attack Priam directly. The automatic triggering of his skill would then save him from a kinetic attack. However, at this level of power, the enemy would certainly have the means to kill him with a non-kinetic attack. Nope, next. The other two were obviously focusing on his domain or micro. Priam didn't have a domain yet and was likely to die soon. Playing the long game was only helpful if you could do it. He validated his choice. Pot -30. Nimble micro, the precision of your control over your body's molecules increases drastically. Synergize with micro. Instantly, Priam felt his skill and micro develop a new bond. He could already feel every part of his body. Now he could also individually influence each of his muscles to use the desired energy. Priam decided to put his new skill to the test. He took a few seconds to search the corpse before rising to his feet. Priam took one last look at the dead man. It was the first human he'd killed. The revenant who had arrived at the dome didn't count. She wasn't human, but more importantly, Priam had been emotionally wounded and tortured a few hours before. He'd had no empathy for the murderess. Conversely, he had empathy for the soldier. He had fought for his family, and Priam respected that. He'd killed the man in self-defense, but he had no regrets. The absence of a tongue and lower jaw prevented him from uttering a few words, but Priam knew he wouldn't forget the dead man. He wouldn't forget the sniper's weakness. He had been weak, that was his true mistake. Someone could always kill me to get ahead on his own path. If I want to be free, I have to be the best. Turning his gaze to the second sniper, Priam stepped forward and straddled the mist. Image Priam stood in front of the sniper's hideout. After killing the second sniper, he'd heard a walkie-talkie crackle. He'd never been able to find the rest of their team, but Sphinx had come up with something. She'd watched his karma for a second before declaring that she'd discovered the enemies. Priam had followed her for 2 kilometers before arriving in front of a building resembling a Roman bathhouse. Shrugging, Priam entered and Sphinx followed in silence. Her little tail was dragging on the ground. She seemed sad that she had failed to protect her friend and had sprouted adorable-looking claws. However, this lovely picture was shattered because the claws easily sank into the ground. Priam would have liked to comfort his friend, but pain prevented him from finding the right words. Even if he had the words, he still lacked the tongue to speak. "I'm a fool. I'm weak. But that will change," Priam promised himself. Sphinx looked at him for a moment before nodding. She understood him. The interior of the building was quite empty. Sphinx took the lead and Priam followed. After walking for about 10 seconds and down a flight of steps, they came to a door. "They're behind it and there are 3 of them," said Sphinx. Priam nodded, then lifted his leg before kicking the door open. He dashed inside without waiting for the debris to hit the floor. His eyes adjusted instantly to the dim light, and he spotted 3 men around a table. On the table was an impressive display of firearms. Priam lunged at them as they each reached for a weapon. Priam threw his spear at one of the men and pierced his head. He reached the second just as the latter closed his hand on a gun. An elbow to the ribs took his breath away and Priam snatched the weapon from his hands. He wanted answers. The third man hadn't had time to move before Sphinx had decapitated him. His headless body was still sitting on the chair and Sphinx was sitting on the table looking at the weapons. The man Priam was holding whispered, breathless. "You're going to die. You don't know who you provoked." Priam's gaze was fixed on the back of the room and he barely heard him. In the darkness were 5 open crates filled with hand grenades. Priam smiled. Santa Claus. Image status, average value for a Homo sapiens male before integration, PHY 10/men 10/meta 0. Physical. Strength 130. Constitution 197. Agility 147. Vitality 212. Perception 278. Mental. Vivacity 167. Dexterity 152. Memory 38. Willpower 98. Charisma 109. Meta. Meta affinity 118. Meta focus 85. Meta endurance 61. Meta perception 7. Meta chance 46. Potential 226. Tier 0. He who eludes death, charge, primed. Tribulation, tribulations are coming. Time, 24 hours 48 minutes 53 seconds. Priam looked down at his prisoner for a second. He couldn't speak because of his missing jaw. Sphinx sensed his annoyance. "Do you want me to speak for you?" she asked telepathically. Priam thanked the concepts for having a friend with this kind of talent. He didn't count sign language among his many talents. "Yes, please." Sphinx nodded and translated. "Who do you work for?" she asked in an adorable voice as she continued to inspect the weapons on the table. The man looked up at her, surprise evident on his face. After a few seconds, he finally answered. "For the Alliance." "You attacked me because of the senator's death?" "It wasn't me who killed him," thought Priam, raising an eyebrow. Sphinx repeated. The brute spat on the floor. "I don't give a shit about that guy. I'm working for the future leader of the Alliance, E. "I'll stop you right there," Sphinx cut him off. "I don't care about the Alliance's internal problems. You're a tiny faction with no special roots, and the only question I have is, should I kill Alliance members on sight?" Without waiting for an answer, Priam lifted the man before throwing him to the ground. He crouched and put his knee on the man's solar plexus to keep him down. The Baron began to apply pressure, and the prisoner struggled to escape. Priam wasn't unnecessarily cruel, but he knew the man had been trained. He hadn't cracked even when he saw his comrades efficiently killed. Priam wanted to make him talk, and to do that, he needed to frighten his opponent. He also wanted to force his opponent to be polite. Being rude prevented someone from feeling fear or respect. Priam wanted to break the man's resistance. "Are you ready to answer something intelligent?" Priam shifted his weight slightly as Sphinx asked. It was role-playing on his part, as he had no real intention of torturing the prisoner. Perhaps he should have, but he didn't feel like getting his hands dirty. Besides, torture didn't always provide the truth, and Priam was far from a specialist. The man took a deep breath before answering through gritted teeth. You're not protected by the Alliance. We were interested in the Revenant's offer, so we took a chance. That's all, he breathed, looking at Priam and Sphinx. Priam nodded. How did you find our position? Asked Sphinx. The prisoner hesitated momentarily, and Priam slapped him across the face. He didn't want to give him time to think. How did you find our position? Repeated Sphinx. There was something comical and chilling about hearing a child's voice questioning an immobilized adult, but Priam forced himself to keep a serious face. The Revenants gave us the information. Priam squinted. They already knew. Either they'd been aware of his movements since his arrival, or he'd triggered an alarm by climbing the cathedral. Priam riveted his gaze on the soldier as he perspired. He looked scared. Does he think the Revenants can torture his soul after his death? If so, what about this? Sphinx asked while Priam pointed to the crates filled with grenades. How did you get these? Will you let me live if I tell you? The two men stared at each other for a moment. Priam looked away and Sphinx continued. If you tell me the whole truth and teach me something useful, I won't kill you. LVL up, manipulation, LVL 4. Char +3. The prisoner smiled. He must think I'm weak. The Alliance has a lot of ex-military people. We all arrived with a few weapons and asked for more as a reward from the tutorial. Moreover, there are weapons caches scattered around the domes. One of our diviners found one here filled with grenades. Sphinx approached the explosives and Priam stopped her. Careful. It can explode, and given the number of grenades, it could hurt you. Those little things, exclaimed Sphinx in thought. You're not very big either, thought Priam. Sphinx glared at him and the young man looked away as he realized his mistake. He still didn't know how to separate his formulated thoughts from those he sent to Sphinx. He looked back at the prisoner. Okay. Now you've got to teach me something useful, Sphinx announced after a moment. The Revenants have a vault too, replied the prisoner after a few seconds of silence. We know. The prisoner shook his head. Everyone knows they have a treasure room, they shouted everywhere. But they're not idiots. When their general briefed us about you, we passed before their vault. It was very well protected, they probably wanted to show us they were competent. I don't have all day. I want facts. Telling anything to divert the audience's attention to think about something else, a lie, an escape plan, etc., was a well-known technique. Politicians did it all the time, but Priam wasn't about to be fooled. The prisoner cleared his throat. I have a talent for detecting valuables. This talent was triggered when I passed the treasure room. However, it was pointing toward the floor. The real vault is below the fake one, the prisoner revealed. Priam spat out a little blood. He had tried to laugh, but the pain had called him back to order. Clever, he thought. 2 treasure rooms. With the new skills in this universe, who's to say his stash is untraceable or impenetrable? At this point, a decoy with a reward attached is the best defense technique. A handy skill for a loser like you. One last question. Where is this general? Asked Sphinx. He was protecting the treasure room. There's always one of their generals there. But they take turns, so I don't know if he'll still be there. Priam nodded. Having a high-ranking officer stationed to protect the vault made sense. Can I go now? The prisoner asked. Priam looked down. Sphinx had said she wouldn't kill the prisoner, and if karma was as present in this universe as Sphinx implied, he intended to make sure she kept that promise. However, Anne, Albin, and Claire had taught him never to let an adversary go. One always regretted it. Priam stood up and turned to Sphinx. Can I take care of it? He asked. Sphinx nodded and Priam recalled his spear. He stood up and before the prisoner could articulate a word, the spear pierced his heart. Priam gave him a sad look. Sorry. In this new world, mercy is the privilege of the powerful. Looking away, he indicated the grenades to Sphinx. Do you have a way of carrying them? Sphinx looked at him for a few moments before answering. If they're really useful, yes. That doesn't seem to enchant you, but I have a use for them. Sphinx began to grow rapidly and Priam stepped back. A second later, Sphinx was almost 3 meters tall, without having regained her true size. The room couldn't have held much more. The monster headed for the crates of grenades and swallowed them. If Priam still had his lower jaw, it would have fallen off. He was that surprised. Spit it out. It's explosive, he shouted telepathically. Sphinx finished swallowing the crates in a few seconds, followed by the weapons, before shrinking. My skill is sealing my stomach. With no air, no reaction, and no ether, I'd be surprised if anything happened. Anyway, with Micro, I'll feel it if it moves. Sphinx jumped onto Priam's shoulder and he flinched. If she were wrong, the result would be unpleasant. Looking at Sphinx, Priam had an idea. She looked at him quizzically as she saw the young man's face grimace. It was supposed to be a smile, but the wound made it look terrifying. Sphinx shuddered. With a horrifying cackle, the only laugh he was currently capable of, Priam climbed back up the steps. He had a cult to rob. Lance won. The procession was entering the cathedral. Priam counted at least 100 people. The vault was inside the cathedral, of course, and Priam was waiting for the right moment to enter. With Sphinx, he was powerful enough to enter the building directly and loot. However, his real aim was to obtain information about the Revenants and Anatole. Even if he knew their true nature, there were still too many gray areas for his liking. The system had created a powerful faction to threaten mankind, but the cult seemed a little too powerful. No rookie faction had the power to steal all the factions from a dome, even if the super factions had already migrated to the dome. From his conversation with Mercury, Priam knew that the Revenants had allied themselves with the cult of Viracocha. Now all that remained was to hope that this alliance would not have tragic consequences for the poor wretches who came to pray, hoping to resurrect their loved ones. Besides, the cathedral was titanic and undoubtedly full of secret passages. Priam had no interest in killing hundreds of Revenants if the officers, generals, and Anatole fled. When the last person entered the cathedral, Priam jumped from his hiding place. He landed easily 30 meters below, absorbing the kinetic energy of his fall. Priam heard a snort and turned to Sphinx. What's going on? Sphinx grimaced and seemed to hesitate. Hey Sphinx, I'm your friend. You can talk to me. Something's wrong, right? Yeah. I just got a quest from the system, she murmured. Her voice was so weak that Priam could barely hear her. Only his inhuman perception allowed him to grasp the girl's words. He crouched down beside her and stroked her head. The system doesn't want you to come with me? Sphinx nodded. It's not forbidden, but the Revenants are humanity's responsibility. My quest requires me to stay away from this cathedral. If I don't, the Lord of this dome will be warned that I'm here. He will use the dome barrier against me, and you will no longer be able to use it to weaken your tribulations. Priam felt his heart clench as he saw his friend all sheepish. Don't worry, he whispered. Instead, go and observe the Lord in preparation for our attack. We're friends, and we must help each other, but above all, we must respect each other. Priam pointed to the cathedral. I've managed all my life. I'm glad to have your assistance, Sphinx, but you must trust me. It's my fight, he said, rising to his feet. Sphinx knew time was running out. She nodded and took off in the direction of the ducal palace. A final message reached Priam. Slaughter them for me. Priam's eyes smiled. I promise. Folding the hood over his head, he entered Anatole's lair, following the procession. Part of his mind was already thinking about the best way to destroy the building. He'd read enough books to know that his day would likely end in a bloodbath. The cathedral's interior was keeping with the theme of its host city, black and red. Stendhal's eponymous novel perhaps gave an interpretation of these colors. The red of blood, war, and sacrifice. The black of the clergy, in this case the cult of the Revenants. From the outset, Viracocha was destined to be the city of war and religion. At least, that was Priam's assumption. Priam threaded his way through the ranks of the faithful. His local suit, on loan from the tailor, enabled him to remain discreet. Taking advantage of the change in light as he entered the building, the young man slipped away to the right. If the cathedral's exterior was Gothic albeit futuristic in its choice of materials and gargoyle statues, the interior was quite empty. No chairs or benches for prayer. Large black stone pillars linked the floor and ceiling. In the center of the cathedral was an altar and a statue of a god holding a coffin. This god was depicted as an old man with lightning hair and a foam beard. Viracocha. The mere sight of the statue filled Priam with terror. His title, Threat Killer, screamed, this god had no love for mankind. The other worshippers seemed unperturbed by the statue while Priam struggled to breathe. Without his latest progress, he would have collapsed to the ground. Priam forced himself to breathe in meditation. After a few seconds, he took the time to reflect. Despite the pressure from the statue, he had nothing to worry about. Mercury had explained to him that the reunion was a system event that concerned humanity alone. Only a concept had the power to penetrate the event. And if an omnipotent concept decided to intervene, Priam wasn't going to stop it. LVL up, meditation, LVL 11. Will +3. Thus, the god behind the statue could observe him but could not intervene. The young man wagged his finger at the malevolent statue and surveyed his surroundings again. There was nothing like an iconoclastic action to free oneself from the fear of the gods. His terror subsided a little, and Priam decided that more of the same was in order. That said, Priam had no intention of meeting the real Viracocha. Not before Tier 7, anyway. Or 8? He didn't know what Viracocha's tier was, but one thing was sure, if Threat Killer could provide information about his intentions, Viracocha wasn't a true god. As the procession reached the hotel, the priest laid down his censer. He turned back to the finally silent crowd. My brothers and sisters. I am happy to see so many of you here today. You have seen the truth, felt the power of our God, and your prayer is about to be answered. The system is harsh and the concepts are indifferent. But Viracocha loves you. He believes in you. He believes in your redemption. What the system has taken from you, Viracocha, in his great mercy, will give back to you. Murmurs and prayers rose from the conquered crowd. Priam could feel the hope rising in the hearts of those present. He was witnessing the climax of the ceremony. Some will be reunited with their families today. Others will have to wait a little longer. But don't worry, your turn will come. Viracocha abandons no one. The priest now shouted, and the crowd repeated after him. Viracocha abandons no one. Viracocha abandons no one. Viracocha abandons no one. With that, the priest turned and sang a final hymn. The crowd sang along and the voices grew louder, echoing beneath the cathedral's arches. Thick smoke rose from the censer, numbing the singers and spreading across the cathedral. A few seconds later, just as Priam was wondering whether he should back away from the thick smoke, the priest stopped singing. Priam could barely distinguish the participants through the smoke screen, but 5 stepped forward, marked by the smoke. It swirled around their bodies, gently enveloping them. Carefully carrying a small bag, the priest brought the ceremony to a close. The smoke dispersed as the disappointed worshippers returned home, hoping to be chosen at the next rite. The priest opened the bags as the doors closed. Cores. They buy their way to their new world. But to get so many cores, they had to sell all their possessions. Most of these possessions certainly didn't belong to them and had been lent to them by factions. Selling these possessions to resurrect their family was insane. If the revenants refused them, they would undoubtedly be executed upon returning from the reunion. Satisfied, the priest closed the bags and invited the poor souls to follow him. The coffin held by Viracocha opened and they descended a hidden staircase. A few seconds after the last worshipper had passed, the coffin began to close, threatening to block the entrance. Priam wondered for half a second before dashing forward. The interior of the cathedral was so empty it was suspicious. Priam hadn't seen a single door. The revenants' headquarters must be under the cathedral, as Boss had assured him that Anatole and his generals lived there. Reaching the coffin, Priam prevented the lid from closing and, by forcing it, blocked the mechanism. Feeling oppressed, he raised his eyes. The pressure exerted by the statue of Viracocha was terrifying, and Priam could have sworn it was watching him. As drops of sweat began to appear on his forehead, he looked up at the false god. His body began to tremble and Priam broke out in a cold sweat. Higher tiers weren't just about accumulating more attributes. Qualitative changes were taking place, and he felt overwhelmed by the divine aura. Spasms soon overcame Priam. Yet he refused to look down. His ultimate goal, the one he had chased all his life and for which he had selected maximum difficulty in the tutorial, was to be free. He refused to bow to a false god. In an instant, eidetic memory showed him all the moments of his life when he had dreamed of his freedom. Priam groaned, gritting his teeth. Black dots began appearing in his vision field, and Priam staggered. Micro had deactivated itself without him noticing. A feeling of absence seized him and Priam slapped himself. The pain woke him up. He was now on his knees, still looking at Viracocha. His chest was numb, preventing him from breathing. The statue and the god behind it threatened to break his will. He would never be free. He was only a weak human. LVL up, manipulation resistance, LVL 2. Will +3. Mobilizing all his willpower, Priam slowly stood up and pulled down his pants. I'm free. Priam looked Viracocha in the eye and began to urinate on the statue. The divine aura exploded, and Priam's heart stopped. From the farthest reaches of the universe, a god was watching him. His attention threatened to destroy Priam. Only the system prevented the god from using his full powers. Priam felt his body split in two. Micro assured him he was fine, yet it felt like a giant was twisting the two halves of his body in opposite directions. As he felt himself dying, Priam tried to access his potential. His eyes widened as he felt that his potential was inaccessible. Abandoning everything else, he concentrated on Micro and forced his heart to start again. His entire body was paralyzed, and only his slack bladder continued to empty. His breathing was cut off by the horrifying power of Viracocha's aura. The synergy of his titles, resistances, and talents, as well as his proximity to death, kept Priam alive, second after second. Each moment seemed to last 1,000 years, but he clung to life. It was his life, and he rejected the promise of a gentle death. 30 seconds later, Priam finished urinating. A notification appeared, and Viracocha's pressure became bearable again. It hadn't disappeared, but Priam could move and think again. The god had turned his attention elsewhere, and Priam took a breath of air. Will +2. Synergy detected. Humanity adapts, veteran, Axolotl or Hydra, and he who eludes death, have reacted. LVL up, consequence resistance, LVL 2, 3, 4. Char +9. Meta, chance, +18. LVL up, focus, LVL 19. Perk +1. Viva +1. DXT +1. Achievement gold, you have defied a god, insulted him and performed an iconoclastic deed before his very eyes. In his wrath, he sought to capture your soul. A fate worse than death. You fought for your freedom without flinching. Humanity will be rewarded for this achievement. Message for humanity. Priam Azura refused to obey the tyranny of a minor god. The 7 concepts congratulate you. Willpower +50. Potential +500. Title received. Talent received. Iconoclast gold, you urinated on the statue of a god while he was watching you. You risked something worse than death. Was it courage, madness, or idiocy? In any case, you survived after desecrating Viracocha. He's not all-powerful. No one is. You become more resistant to auras. Your soul begins to crystallize. Skill received. There is no heaven epic. Will +10%. Char +10%. Meta, chance, +50. There is no heaven epic, you don't like your enemies to be resurrected. When you use this skill on a defenseless enemy, part of their soul is damaged. This error is recognized by most wheels of reincarnation. To avoid errors, damaged souls are often crushed. The effects of a shattered soul are manifold. Will +9. He who eludes gods, your soul belongs to you. You are now unique. The one and only Priam Azura. Image status, average value for a Homo sapiens male before integration, PHY 10/men 10/meta 0. Physical. Strength 130. Constitution 197. Agility 146. Vitality 212. Perception 279. Mental. Vivacity 168. Dexterity 153. Memory 38. Willpower 187. Charisma 135. Meta. Meta affinity 118. Meta focus 85. Meta endurance 61. Meta perception 7. Meta chance 114. Potential 736. Tier 0. He who eludes death, charge, primed. Tribulations are coming. Time, 24 hours 11 minutes, 36 seconds. Maya's eyes widened as she read the system's notification. Stunned by the news, she reacted a fraction of a second too late and Kenzo's saber stopped just a millimeter short of her eye. The warrior hadn't held back, Maya had simply prepared the ground. Multiple threads, all thinner than a hair, were blocking the saber blade. These wires were stretched across the duel zone, and Maya's opponent spent his time getting tangled up in them. In the private training room, the two adversaries looked at each other for a moment. Without warning, Maya activated a skill and a storm of wires was unleashed. Hundreds of wires swirled around the swordsman. The eye of Maya's cyclone was the most dangerous place. Kenzo tried to defend himself, but the attack was omnidirectional. A few light wounds began to appear as the swordsman's defensive style began to be overwhelmed. A second later, the warrior was immobilized, hundreds of razor-sharp wires held him at bay. One of the greatest mercenary fighters had just been easily defeated. Maya smiled and Kenzo returned her smile. End of training, Maya announced, fetching a towel to wipe off her sweat. A dozen fights stopped in the next few seconds, and the mercenaries left the sand arena. Maya always insisted on selecting a sandy arena. Moving around in the sand was tiring, even more so when gravity artificially increased. In this new ether-filled world, physical exercise was never finished. The harder the training, the better the results and the greater the skills level up. Maya had already evolved athletics and fitness into rare skills thanks to her iron discipline and rigorous training. Still, it's not enough to catch up with that monster, murmured Maya. Excuse me, leader? Asked Kenzo. Nothing. I want everyone in the conference room in 5 minutes, declared Maya before heading for the showers. Yes. 5 minutes later, Maya entered the conference room. 23 mercenaries were present. All were fighters, even those in administrative positions. Humankind had around 100 mercenaries, but Maya only took the best with her. Only the elite team was currently absent, busy trying to defeat a Viscount. Maya was confident they would succeed before the end of the meeting. The mercenary leader walked around the central table and sat down. She took a second to organize her thoughts before speaking. I won't keep you long. You've all seen the global announcement. Priam, humanity's champion, has received a second completion. This time, he survived after resisting the wrath of a god. Maya marked a second of silence. In light of this news, a policy change is in order. The mercenaries are neutral, but we are not pacifists. Quoting from the system, Priam Azure refused to obey the tyranny of a minor god. Which means he was attacked first. The cult of Viracocha, since that's them we're talking about, lost its right to neutrality. Paolo, what are our options? Maya asked her assistant. He stood up and pretended to read a file. Maya rolled her eyes. She knew her assistant knew its contents by heart. An attack on the champion of humanity is an attack on humanity. If the majority of this assembly agrees, we can order a hunt. Exclamations erupted as Paolo sat back. For 2 minutes, various mercenaries shouted to be heard. The question wasn't whether they should remain neutral, they all admired Maya enough to join her. The real question was whether they should start a hunt, the total annihilation of the cult. It meant actively invading Viracocha to execute Anatole and all allied factions, including the most important, the Revenants. After 2 minutes of heated debate, Maya clapped her hands and the assembly fell silent. I think most of these questions are pointless, she said. Priam is at direct war with the Revenants. They've practically merged with the cult of Viracocha. At least Anatole is the leader of both factions. This war is the crucible in which Priam will be reforged. If he succeeds, we'll have an exceptional champion. If not, the Revenants will be weakened, said Maya. She swept her gaze over the assembly. In the meantime, let's focus on our objectives. We have no time to lose. If humanity survives this reunion, later will come the meeting of civilizations. We must be ready. The assistant opened his notebook. Concerning the Revenants, our final position? No hunt, Maya decided. But they are declared enemies of the mercenaries and will be executed on sight. Any faction that collaborates with them will suffer the consequences. Image Anatole sighed as he read the notification. He grabbed a rag and methodically wiped his bloody hands. He could already hear the panicked footsteps of his henchmen in the corridor. They came closer and stopped in front of his door. Anatole sensed their fear. This feeling was a formidable tool for dominating the weak. Revenants were weak. For Anatole, being afraid enough of death to accept a resurrection in exchange for a contract was a sign of weakness. The Grand Master of the cultists was not scared of death. He had even committed suicide before the tutorial. When the system offered him the chance to become a revenant, he refused it. He then made another proposal to the system. He would destroy humanity and die. In exchange, Anatole chased away his useless thoughts as he observed his work. His 37th chimera, or abomination as the system identified them, would not be weak. Anatole smiled as he watched the spirits of a few revenants writhing in pain as they were gradually fused into the monster's flesh. Their sacrifice, catalyzed by the Urn of the Depths, was the cement that solidified the abomination. For Anatole, their sacrifice was an honest ending for these perjurers. They had promised to fulfill their mission and had failed miserably. Some should have brought him Baron Core's indispensable ingredients for creating chimeras. Others had been tasked with stealing treasures from enemy factions. They failed. The price of it was terrible. Fortunately, Anatole would find a use for them if they failed to be useful to the cause. In fact, some of them found an unsuspected usefulness. If Anatole had been a gambler, he'd have bet that his 37th creation would soon face Priam. In a way, it was his destiny. I wonder if Priam will be happy to have you back, Albin. He murmured as he watched a face writhing in pain, melted into the abomination's flesh. Albin had disappointed him greatly. The Revenant had been so afraid of death that he'd sold important secrets to Priam. And, too, had been punished, but her talents could be useful in attracting an earl. Albin, on the other hand, had been a disappointing subordinate as well as a traitor and a coward. Now he was paying the ultimate price, and his punishment would motivate the other revenants to succeed. The henchmen were still hesitating, and Anatole unfolded his right index finger. The door opened and 2 officers entered, then saluted. It was easier to manipulate men when they were conditioned. Anatole didn't claim credit for most of his ideas. He had freely drawn inspiration from the worst dictatorial regimes to control his faction. Anatole stared at the 2 revenants for a few seconds, and they began to tremble. The Grand Master winced inwardly. Fear was a useful tool, but it often broke the weak. The officer on the right, trembling slightly less than his comrade, cleared his throat. Grand Master, a global announcement has been made, he announced. Anatole sighed inwardly. He turned quickly to his abomination, but it didn't need another mind. Teach me something I don't know, will you? Swallowing, the officer nodded hastily. Of course, Grand Master. Priam is currently in our cathedral. He doesn't seem to have been hurt by his confrontation with Viracocha. The generals are afraid that our allies will become reticent when they see that Viracocha cannot command respect from a tier 0. Our members might start to wonder. He pissed on a statue and survived, that's all. We're going to announce that he's been cursed by Viracocha for his deed and is now easy to kill. All the idiots of this reunion will rush to do the job for us. I'll take care of our allies. For those members who are wondering. Anatole held out his hand. You need a tongue for that. Give me yours, he asked. The officer widened his eyes and turned back to his comrade, who looked away. Abandoned, the officer swallowed before shakily reaching for his dagger. He took one last look at Anatole's impassive face before cutting his tongue. Keeping the Grand Master waiting was a bad idea. Anatole retrieved the tongue and threw it in the direction of his chimera. The tongue stuck to the monster's venous surface and slowly fused with it. 3 seconds later, it had disappeared. Anatole turned back to the 2 officers. Priam is dangerous but predictable. He's coming for our treasures, the Urn of the Depths, and my life. Tell the generals present to be ready to intervene. His achievement increases his value in the eyes of the system, which makes his murder even more lucrative. I'll dispatch 2 Viscount-rank chimeras to stop him, along with my new creation. If that's not enough, set off the trap. I want him dead. Anatole turned to the 2nd officer. He didn't seem talkative, but he always would be more so than his comrade now. Have we got hold of his father? And not yet, Grand Master. Anatole thought momentarily about creating a 38th chimera with the help of the 2 idiots before giving up. He was in a hurry. Then bring him back. No, you'll fail, I can feel it, Anatole reconsidered. Tell our champion to take care of it. She'd better be careful, Mercury's men are on the case too, he ordered before dismissing the officers. The two men walked towards the exit with stiff, quick steps. Anatole turned toward his abomination. Created from 3 Viscount cores, it almost reached Earl rank. Enough to exterminate any Baron, champion of humanity, or not. Why confront Priam himself when this was not his forte? Anatole was no warrior. He was a strategist and a creator. A Baron core had enabled him to create a Baron-ranked abomination. Thanks to this, Anatole defeated other Barons and made more abominations. The first Viscount killed by the Revenants had beaten 8 abominations before dying. With its core, it was easy to create Viscount-rank abominations, an unstoppable war machine. Anatole had grandiose dreams. The champion of humanity could continue to piss on statues. He grabbed a metal sphere from his work table. It was directly connected to its twin, held by the general in charge of the Revenant's army. Anatole guided his ether into the sphere and activated it. Get the army ready. We're going to attack the Earl of the Darkwood. It's time for the Revenants to obtain achievements. Image Claire sat down on the bed in her cell. She reread the notice a second time before bursting out laughing. What a son of a bitch. Bravo, Priam. I'm counting on you to keep Anatole busy. The young woman straightened up. Locked away in Mercury's mansion, she was safe from the Grand Master. Their disagreements were numerous. For example, Anatole didn't value Claire's life at its fair value. However, if Priam kept him busy enough, she could advance her own agenda. Claire walked to the door and knocked. Moments later, a servant appeared on the other side of the door. Can I help you, mademoiselle? Yes, Claire smiled, activating her skills. I must go. Will you help me escape? Image Priam sat for a few moments on the cathedral's stone floor. He needed to catch his breath. The confrontation with Viracocha had undoubtedly been a mere thought for the god. Yet the weight of his attention had nearly killed Priam, or rather, captured his soul. For Viracocha, the incident was no more important than a footnote in the story of his day. But Priam had survived and was stronger than ever. His bravery and folly had given him a gold rank title, an epic skill, a few attributes and a unique talent. Right now, Priam was feeling more complete. More legitimate to breathe. The sensation was complex to describe, but Priam could sum it up simply: the ether now accepted him. Priam didn't yet know what this would change, but he was now unique, which was bound to have great significance. Does that mean I wasn't unique before? Do concepts play with our consciousness? Are other moons, reunions, and primes fighting for their freedom? The Baron had no idea how to answer these questions. If he had to make a hypothesis, it was that his theories were wrong. Anyway, the system had now confirmed something: he was unique. Priam sighed for a moment before rereading his status. He would now have to be careful with his willpower. Who would have thought that suffering the wrath of a god would temper it? He was not far from a fourth tribulation. Priam summarized what he knew of these events. Deadly, almost impossible to predict, he had just over 24 hours left to call the tribulations, or they would erupt at the end of the timer. Certain attribute levels triggered these tribulations. These levels were 3, 6, and 12 attributes above 100. Then 1, 3, 6, and 12 attributes above 200. It was the same levels for 300, 400, and so on. The tribulations could overlap, and Priam sought to use the barrier of Viracocha's dome to separate them and face them one after the other. Apparently, a triple tribulation was unimaginably dangerous. Nevertheless, Priam had a few advantages. Firstly, the tribulations were calibrated to the power of the user when he triggered them. A tribulation was always perilous, but Priam's first tribulation was meant to be endurable by the Priam who had just left and an Alban. Since then, he had made much progress. The next two would be more difficult. In addition, he had stolen some of the best objects currently in the possession of humanity. If he added to this the various treasures of the Revenants, which would soon be his own, he had a real chance of getting out alive. Priam rose to his feet. The tribulations were coming, and he wanted to be ready. The spiral staircase descended with torches fixed to the wall. Some footstep sounds reached him in the distance. Priam's bare feet made no sound on the carved steps. The coffin closed behind him. A few minutes later, the sound of footsteps faded and Priam cautiously descended the last few steps. At the bottom, he glanced around using a mirror borrowed from Sphinx's palace. The staircase led to a 20-square-meter room occupied by 2 guards. They looked more like assassins given leather armor, but the shortage of fighters forced even the most powerful factions to use any man-at-arms to protect themselves. The quality of their equipment also seemed to leave much to be desired, but their mere presence was problematic. Priam wondered for a second. Should he try to penetrate the complex discreetly? Or should he kill all the revenants to not give them a chance to sound the alarm? Another question appeared in the back of his mind. Could he really massacre former men and women resurrected by the system? There was a difference between killing generals and leaders and slaughtering henchmen who couldn't defend themselves. While Priam was still hesitating, he noticed a disturbing detail. The walls of the staircase leading downwards were covered with marks. Dozens of clear lines were carved into the soft rock at shoulder height. Suddenly, Priam understood. These weren't sordid decorations. They were fingernail scratches. Not everyone who had descended those stairs had done so of their own free will, and some had resisted. Priam gritted his teeth and gripped his spear. He had made up his mind. Image status, average value for a Homo sapiens male before integration, PHY 10/men 10/meta 0. Physical. Strength 130. Constitution 197. Agility 146. Vitality 212. Perception 279. Mental. Vivacity 168. Dexterity 153. Memory 38. Willpower 187. Charisma 135. Meta. Meta affinity 118. Meta focus 85. Meta endurance 61. Meta perception 7. Meta chance 114. Potential 736. Tier 0. He who eludes death, charge, primed. Tribulation, tribulations are coming. Time, 24 hours, 2 minutes, 16 seconds.